Chapter 2291. From the very beginning, Han Fei had foreseen the scene. He knew that Yi Yuan wouldn't leave, and he would definitely come back to the gang. This was a common problem among the children of large clans. It was mainly because of the pride in their bones and the face they had on their faces, which made them want to get back at them after suffering a loss. When Yi Yuan saw Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, he was enraged. He roared, "It's them! It's them! They're so ferocious that they don't respect the heavenly race at all." Yi Yuan was enraged, and his emotions seemed to be contagious. Someone immediately yelled, "Boy, I heard that you're a genius. You defeated Yi Yuan before turning into a star, and you even asked him to come back to find you. Now that I'm here, don't run if you dare." Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu, and Feng Xingliu immediately raised his voice. "You're just an ant. You think you can make me run? Come on, I'm going to beat 12 of you today." Han Fei was speechless. "You're just making enemies. Since when did I let you beat 12 of them? Do you want to lose face?" However, no matter whether or not Feng Xingliu could beat 12 of them, the other side exploded as soon as he said that. Yi Yuan roared, "This is the bastard who killed 4 of my friends. How can I vent my hatred if I don't kill him today?" Feng Xingliu raised his chin proudly and looked at Yi Yuan and the others with his nostrils, saying coldly, "Ants, come here and die. F***CK. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him." But some of the heavenly race were calm and sneered. "While you're not dead yet, tell us your names. If the heavenly race comes to us, we'll destroy your people too." Han Fei raised his head. "I'll tell you when you win. Ants don't deserve to know our names." Feng Xingliu was instantly enlivened. Ants didn't deserve to know him. Although Han Fei had a bad temper, he was quite nice when he talked tough to his enemies. He wondered what Feng Yu would think after learning that Feng Xingliu had been led astray by Han Fei. At least for now, Feng Xingliu felt very excited. "Open the heavenly gate." "Huh." Han Fei was taken aback. "Isn't this my spear art?" In the next moment, a door appeared behind each of the 13 people, including Yi Yuan. The doors were wide open and shone resplendently. It was as if they were gods who had descended to the mortal world with their own doors. "Heaven lock." A strange light burst out from the door. The next moment, Han Fei felt that the power of the way of heaven was blocked in this place, making it impossible for him to borrow strength. Han Fei sneered in his heart. "Wow, this guy's talent is not bad. He can block the way of heaven. Interesting." Following that, someone shouted, "Imprison, Kingdom of Heaven seal." However, as soon as the technique was used, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu felt that their bodies were in a space that was dozens of times stronger than before. Everything within 100,000 miles seemed to have been sealed, but this power should only be limited to him and Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu frowned slightly and seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't think much of it. Since Han Fei looked calm, he had to be calm too, and he couldn't lose to him. Then, from the celestial race's side, someone coldly shouted, "Sword domain life." A wave of swords exploded in the void. Someone shouted, "Unparalleled strength, extreme speed, soul-killing technique." Instantly, all kinds of talents descended here. Feng Xingliu, who had been looking down on the celestial race, felt a bit bad when he saw all the powerful techniques in the sky. He didn't have the experience. He didn't know if he could defeat all 12 of them. He couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, only to find that Han Fei entered calmly and glanced at him indifferently. He said, "Just use your full strength. Otherwise, you'll be beaten up." At that moment, Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire, and his body was covered in flames. "Who is he looking down on? I'm a heavenly talent of the Feng family, unparalleled in the world. Can these people beat me?" Fire God's tentacles, realm whip. Hum! As Feng Xingliu roared, the void shook, and the sword domain was already unstable. Countless fire tentacles swung in the sky with shocking power, shattering the sword chi and shaking the void. "Kill!" At this moment, Yuan and the other 12 people had all charged over. Compared with the forces like the Ghost Strait and the Fist Mountain, the Door of Heaven followed the Tao of Balance. They advocated dual cultivation of energy and body to pursue balance. At this moment, these people all burst out, each showing the power that a late-stage star transformation cultivator didn't have. For example, the one with the speed talent could burst out 7 times the speed of light, even faster than Han Fei. And the one with the strength talent could burst out a terrifying force, which was much stronger than Han Fei when he didn't use the Tao. Of course, this was also because the power of the heavenly Tao was blocked and he couldn't borrow it. But in any case, he had been recognized as a top heavenly talent by Yuan, so it seemed reasonable that he could burst out super strong combat power. So, Han Fei didn't hide it. He secretly used the Tao, and his strength doubled. Good heavens! When Han Fei's strength doubled, the fist imprint converged into a stream of light in the air. When the 5 Tian clan experts attacked Han Fei with their swords and fists, they were shocked to discover that this fellow's strength was a little too terrifying, wasn't it? Clank, clank, clank. Clang, 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 dum. Dum. Dumb, someone was shocked. That's strange. This guy's body is too strong. He's not afraid of the wind and fire swords. Someone was shocked. This guy's fist mark can shake my divine soul and almost penetrate it. Everyone, pay attention to his fist mark. Someone yelled, he's tough. Use all the secret methods. Hum, hum. It turned out that when a group of late-stage heaven opening cultivators fully burst out, their strength was quite terrifying. Fengxing Liu was already extremely strong, wasn't he? But at this moment he was fighting 1 against 5, and he didn't seem to be able to defeat them. Although he fought with great power and slapped the 5 overlords of the heavenly races back and forth, but he didn't have much experience. Seeing that they couldn't defeat Fengxing Liu, the heavenly races directly traded injuries for injuries. After all, not all the disciples from the big clans were as delicate as Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu, who had never seen the world. So, when this method of trading injuries for injuries appeared, Feng Xingliu was shocked. He kept exclaiming, "Aunt, how dare you hurt me? Aunt, you hurt me. I'm going to burn you. Aunt, do you want to die? You hurt yourself more. Aunt, how dare you hurt me? You're done for. You won't see tomorrow's sun. Aunt." Fengxing Liu howled in pain, gritting his teeth in pain. His mouth was like a machine gun, spitting out random things. But in fact, these people didn't dare to underestimate Han Fei and Fengxing Liu anymore. They could understand Fengxing Liu. Perhaps he was a disciple of a superforce. Although he was strong, he lacked combat experience and relied on brute force to fight. Because he relied on his powerful moves, the heavenly races were beaten black and blue and asked for help. There were only 5 of them, and they couldn't withstand Fengxing Liu's bombardment. At this moment, they had been pierced once on average. However, although the battle on the other side wasn't so beautiful, the 8 people besieging Han Fei were all suffering, because they were shocked to find that their bodies couldn't withstand Han Fei's punches. As long as Han Fei's punch landed on them, half of their bodies would explode, and their souls would also be impacted. Although there were 8 of them, their soul attacks and physical attacks couldn't shake Han Fei at all. Their soul attacks seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't even make a splash. Han Fei resisted their physical attacks with his body. So far, they could only cut open Han Fei's flesh with an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure and a divine weapon. However, this guy also had a super strong recovery ability. The wounds were bathed in divine light and healed after a few hits. For a moment, the brothers that Yuan called were all dumbfounded. They were starting to use their secret methods. If they couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be their problem. But Han Fei's strength was completely beyond the understanding of normal heaven-opening experts. Retreat. Yuan, stop fighting. This guy is tough. There's no point in continuing. Hearing this, many people already wanted to retreat. They didn't know where these two animals came from, but they were too strong for them to deal with. However, at this moment, Han Fei shouted, "You want to leave now? Don't you think it's over? Feng Xingliu, stop hiding your strength. Attack with all your strength and take them down." Feng Xingliu was shocked. How did Han Fei know that he was hiding his strength? He didn't use his real killing technique because his family said that it was too powerful and shouldn't be used carelessly under normal circumstances. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but admire Han Fei. He could even see through my hidden killing technique. On the other side, Han Fei attacked with all his strength, speed, and soul at the same time. He punched one of them, and the latter's body seemed to twist, collapse, and explode. However, as soon as Han Fei pierced through one person, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound. He couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu, and he was immediately dumbfounded. A soaring fire phoenix appeared behind Feng Xingliu. The fire phoenix reached out its claws and crushed a heavenly expert. Even his light gate dimmed and disappeared. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. Feng Xingliu is really something. Why didn't I notice this guy had such a powerful divine skill before? He had no idea that Feng Xingliu's ultimate move had been revealed just because he said, "Don't hide it anymore." The fire phoenix nodded and pecked a heavenly expert who was about to escape. His soul was destroyed, and the rumbling sound came again. Han Fei hurriedly shouted, "Feng Xingliu, keep him alive!" Chapter 2292. A moment later, in front of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, 10 people were suppressed. They were all nailed to the seabed by a weird spear and lined up in a row. Among the 13 people, 2 of them were killed by Feng Xingliu because Han Fei didn't have time to warn him. The other one ran away because he was faster than Han Fei. There was no need to say anything. At this moment, Feng Xingliu's chest was heaving up and down, and his body was trembling slightly. In order to suppress the trembling, Feng Xingliu almost jumped up and down like he was on drugs. Han Fei couldn't do anything to him anymore. He was an eyesore. He could only turn his head and not look at this idiot. At this moment, the 10 people of the Heavenly Clan were shocked because the power that Han Fei had just unleashed was at least 30% stronger. They didn't know how this guy could become stronger without limit. Anyway, Han Fei could punch one person at a time, and their souls were attacked. They couldn't run at all, and they couldn't outrun Han Fei. Top heavenly talents. At this moment, they realized what kind of expert they had encountered. Before, Yuan wasn't strong enough to test Han Fei's strength at all. He only felt that they were a bit stronger than him, but not to the extent that he couldn't resist. But now, with so many of them, they could finally test the true combat strength of these 2 people. These 2 were both top-notch genius-level powerhouses. If the top heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan didn't come out, they would have to double the number of people to suppress these 2 lunatics. At this moment, Han Fei stood in front of Yuan, who was lying on the seabed. His body was sealed by the spear, and he couldn't move at all. This was the terrifying thing about the God-sealing spear. Feng Xingliu had already secretly asked Han Fei what kind of sealing technique it was, and wanted to secretly learn it. Yuan was horrified. "I'm doomed this time. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by the same person twice. Last time, Han Fei didn't want to kill him. Maybe he wanted to use him to lure more heavenly talents. But this time it was 13 against 2, and his side was crushed. Would Han Fei let the 10 of them go? The others were also terrified, thinking that they were going to die this time, participating in the 10,000-year competition because they had the qualification token. They could not use some of their trump cards. Otherwise, if they were detected by Dongwu, Great Emperor's divine will, killing them would be a small matter, and it might even affect the Heavenly Clan. Bang! Han Fei's foot landed on Yuan's face, and then he stomped hard. It was extremely insulting. As a heavenly talent of the Tian clan, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Even though he had been reduced to a prisoner, he still roared angrily. Bang! Han Fei stepped on it and then smiled contemptuously. Are you looking down on me or something? I've already told you that I'll come find you in half a month. Look at yourself. What kind of repulsive people have you brought? He can't even take a beating. Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded by Han Fei's tone. He thought to himself that these people were already very powerful. If he were to fight 1 against 8, he might not be able to win easily if he didn't use his great technique. Just like that, and you're still looking down on me? However, he was on Han Fei's side now, so he naturally followed Han Fei's kick. Bang! Sigh. This feeling is not bad. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. When he looked down from his vantage point and remembered the way these people had talked to him when they first met, he felt like the winner was always right. Woo! I heard that Feng Yu is from the divine continent of Zhonghai. She defeated a whole bunch of people. Is this how it feels? This feels so good. No, I have to trample on a few more. Then, Han Fei saw Phoenix Starstream's mysterious operation. Bang, 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 Feng Xingliu stepped on them one by one, and he shouted, and bang, and bang, and bang, and Han Fei. Han Fei had no idea what was wrong with Feng Xingliu. He hurried to stop him. Can you stop? I'm asking a question. Feng Xingliu was a little disappointed. He wasn't done yet, but he still had one foot on someone's face. He didn't take it off, as if he was enjoying the feeling. Feng Xingliu said, go ahead. Han Fei turned his head, only to be stunned. What the hell did I just say? It's all Feng Xingliu's fault. Han Fei snorted coldly. The Heavenly Clan is said to be amazing. It's said that the heavenly talents in your clan are as numerous as fish in the sea. Why don't I see any of them? Someone roared. The top heavenly talents of my clan won't care about such trifles. Don't you want to find the top heavenly talents of my clan? Let me go if you have the guts. I'll find them. Let's see if you dare to fight me. This person was just trying to infuriate Han Fei, because he was worried that Han Fei would only let 1 or 2 people go back to inform him, and then he would be doomed. So he provoked first. Bam! Han Fei kicked him. You talk too much. Am I talking to you? Of course. Han Fei knew what the guy meant, but he didn't care. After kicking the guy, Han Fei said casually, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over your qualification badges and all your resources, and I'll let you go. Yuan, right? I'll come to you in a month. You'd better bring the top heavenly talents of your clan, or you'll die next time. Remember to give me all your resources. I have a way to tell if you're holding back. I'll kill anyone who dares to hold back. These people were horrified. They dared not challenge Han Fei at this moment. It was obviously not worth risking their lives for a few resources. However, they didn't bring many resources with them. None of them had more than 70,000 kilometers of resources. The one with the least was Yuan, who Han Fei robbed half a month ago, but he only had 8,000 kilometers of resources. Han Fei didn't feel good at that time. Perhaps because they knew that it was not good to bring too many resources in this hunting ground. These people generally didn't bring many resources. Han Fei said, Next time I find anyone with less than 50,000 kilometers of resources, I'll kill him on the spot. Bam! 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 The seals on the god sealing spear were broken one by one, and these people immediately fled. Shouldn't they be able to survive if they were weaker? After running for half a day, someone shouted angrily, Arrogant! Arrogant! Next time, I'll call my cousin to come in person and trample on him for 3 days and 3 nights. Someone was furious. That guy who plays with fire, he's dead. I'll make him shout, I'm an ant 10,000 times. Someone shouted angrily, I'll ask my cousin to take a divine weapon and cut them up. I'll make them eat stinky fish and shrimps and disgust them to death. Yes, that's right. Guys, if we don't get revenge, how can our minds be complete? Let's call for more people. A month later, we'll gather outside the Tomorrow Camp and teach them a lesson. Okay, let's go. I'll go first. More than half a month later, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu still accompanied Feng Qingqing to hunt for pioneer Sea Realm cultivators. They were just waiting for someone to hunt them, and then they could snatch the resources. Anyway, with the support of the Heavenly Clan, they were not afraid that they couldn't get qualification tokens. What Han Fei and the others didn't know was that, at this moment, in this hunting ground outside the divine capital dynasty, some people were running around. Some strong cultivators who had been trampled by Han Fei found a big ship. "Cousin, you have to help me." The handsome cousin who was drinking with the female cultivator of the Ghost Strait couldn't help but look displeased. "You came to me after being beaten. You're so useless." The man hurriedly said, "Cousin, you don't know. I don't know where these two guys with secret identities came from. One has just turned into a star, and the other hasn't, but they defeated 13 of my people. Blah, blah. Cousin, he looks down on the top heavenly talents of the Heavenly Clan, which means he looks down on you." The handsome young man's face turned cold. "Is there such a thing? You really have guts. Relying on your extraordinary status, you dare to bully my Tian clan. Humph. I will go with you and thwart his might. On the other side, cousin, I was beaten up by someone. My resources and qualification tokens were all robbed. Blah, blah. Cousin, that guy said that the Heavenly Clan has no heavenly talents and called us ants. I can't stand this. Bold? Calling the Heavenly Clan ants? How arrogant. Do you know which force he is from? Since he is a top heavenly talent, he is definitely not a nobody. Cousin, I don't know. They said that if we can't beat them, we don't deserve to know their names. But one of them has unparalleled boxing skills, and the other can control fire to defend against the enemy. I only suspect that one of them is from the Fistlight Mountain, and the other may be from the Terror City. Humph! A mere Fistlight Mountain dares to challenge the Heavenly Clan? The Terror City is just a defeated general. Wait for me to kill them with the God-slaying spear. The man was shocked. My cousin is going to use the God-slaying spear. Those two are dead. How can they fight against the Heavenly Clan? As if there are no top heavenly talents in every family. 1 month later, tomorrow's camp. One figure after another appeared in the sea at the speed of light. Tianlong, you're here? Oh, Ishuelu, you're here too. Ijeja, they actually invited you here. They're just two petty thieves. Are they really worth your time? Suddenly, someone looked up into the sky. There was someone riding on a flying dragonfish. Hiss, that's Yi Xianling. Didn't he say that hunting is boring? Why is he here? Chapter 2293. The Tomorrow Camp was a famous camp on the periphery of the divine capital dynasty. It was a large trading camp. The city here stretched for 30,000 kilometers. It was said that when the war between the divine land of the East Ocean and the sea demons was at its fiercest, the sea demons had fought all the way to the Tomorrow Camp. At that time, the Eastern Wu Hengtian and the Sea Demon Emperor fought fiercely and pushed them all the way to the heavenly pit. So far, the sea demons and the undead didn't dare to step into the heavenly pit. The experts of the heavenly clans gathered at the Tomorrow Camp, which couldn't escape the attention of those who were paying attention. For a moment, the independent cultivators and the big clans all wanted to see what had happened that caused so many top heavenly talents of the heavenly clans to come. At this moment, in the Tomorrow Camp, Han Fei, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingqing were sitting in a yard around a big pot. Slurp! Ah! Feng Xingliu was shocked and exclaimed, "They're all liars. Everyone in the clan is a liar. They said that cultivators don't need to eat and only need to swallow spiritual energy and chaotic energy. But they never said that the hot pot would be so delicious." Feng Qingqing nodded quickly. "I agree with you on that. It seems that the clan is still hiding something from us. It must be because they don't want us to be greedy, so they didn't tell us." Feng Xingliu nodded. "Yes, liars. I didn't know that hot pot existed until I was 18 years old. Feng Qingqing nodded quickly. Yes, I wonder if you know about it, sister. Pooh! Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing, who were talking about the hot pot, suddenly looked at Han Fei, who was spitting on the ground, and were stunned. What's wrong? Han Fei looked at them in shock. No, wait a minute. How old did you say you were? I'm not an educated person. Don't lie to me. Feng Xingliu wiped the corner of her mouth, grabbed a barbecued prawn, and said, 18. What's wrong? Han Fei suddenly looked at Feng Qingqing and asked, What about you? Feng Qingqing thought for a moment. Brother Han Fei, although I'm only 11 years old, you don't have to be surprised, because our way of calculating age may be different from yours. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's more like it. But he wasn't sure how old they were. Feng Qingqing said, In our family, every 100 years is counted as 1 year, so according to normal time, Feng Shiliu is 1,800 years old. Feng Xing said while stuffing garlic prawns into his mouth, Yeah, that's right. He waved his hand and put away the hot pot. Immediately, Feng Xingliu shouted, Hey, I haven't finished. Han Fei scoffed. I'll let you finish your speech. What's there to eat? The enemies are already here. Let's eat after the fight. Feng Xing glanced at the outer realm and muttered, Isn't there a lot of people coming back? There are more than 30 of them, and it seems like there are a few more powerful ones. Han Fei scoffed. Isn't that obvious? If they don't find someone powerful, are they just waiting to be slaughtered by us? Remember this. This time, if we can keep them alive, we will do our best to keep them alive. Our first windfall is about to come. Feng Xing's eyes lit up. Haven't we already been here? I already have 29 qualification tokens, and there are still 200,000 kilometers left in the resource realm. What Feng Xing was bragging about was not the 200,000 miles. He was saying that he had personally earned these resources, and that he had earned so much. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Look at you. You call that a windfall. If you got so many resources at once, it might be a windfall, but it took you 2 months to get them. That's called labor. Do you understand? Feng Xing glanced in the direction of the heavenly clan. Is this the standard for a windfall? Han Fei pondered for a moment. The standard for a windfall is different at every stage. It depends on your needs. For example, if you and I can't each get 500,000 kilometers of resources, it won't be a windfall at all. Feng Xing was shocked. He wasn't an idiot. 500,000 miles of wealth was not a small amount. How could he just do it so easily? Feng Qingqing said, Brother Han Fei, it's not easy to get so many resources, right? The difference between 500,000 kilometers of resources and 100,000 kilometers of resources is huge. Everyone knew in their hearts that when calculating the resources, they would start from zero and expand outwards by 10,000 miles. If the origin sea expanded by 100,000 kilometers, it would be 100,000 kilometers of resources. If the origin sea expanded by 500,000 kilometers, it would be 500,000 kilometers of resources. 500,000 li of resources was 25 times more than 100,000 li of resources. The reason why Han Fei decided to slaughter the heavenly clan was that he would have to spend a lot of resources on this trip to the divine capital dynasty. If he didn't make a fortune, he wouldn't feel confident. On the Tian clan ship that was branded with the Tian clan's gate seal, the 4 great geniuses occupied the bow of the ship. They each chose a comfortable position, leaning against or sitting down. Of the 4, 2 were men and 2 were women. The tall and handsome man was called Sky Dragon. He was good at fist techniques, but if you thought that was all, you would be wrong. He was also good at divine soul Dao. The one in green with a long and thin sheath saber was called Yi Shuelu. He was good at saber techniques and was among the top 5 in the heavenly clan. Few people in the same realm could block one of his saber attacks. The one with a crooked braid was called Jeja. She was cute and very particular about her image. She carried a small bag on her back and was good at universe arts. The one who came on the flying dragonfish was called Xianling. She was very good at seduction techniques and was among the top 3 in the heavenly clan. But she knew more than these mental techniques. Her god-slaying spear had once suppressed a late-stage star transformation expert. Seeing everyone, Xianling giggled. Yo, Jeja is here too? Are you here to see a man or to fight? Jeja looked at him coldly and sneered. Do you think they are all like a fox? I don't want to talk to you. At this moment, the burly man said, Hey, don't fight every time you see each other. Why do women make things difficult for other women? Shut up. Jeja and Xianling scolded him at the same time. Tianlong shrugged and thought to himself, Go ahead and fight. Hey, go ahead and fight. Shuelu was a cold guy. He snorted. The enemies seem to be here. Immediately, Tianlong and the others stopped bickering with each other. Their gazes turned in the direction of the Bright Moon campsite. There were 2 young men walking over leisurely. One of them was holding a few skewers of grilled prawns and eating them as he walked. He didn't care about his image at all. In fact, the 4 of them came not only because the disciples of the heavenly clan came to them for help. They were really curious about what kind of people could defeat 13 heavenly prodigies of the heavenly clan with just the 2 of them. Moreover, one of them had yet to reach the star transformation realm. From the description of Yuan and the others, they confirmed that these 2 people were not people that Yuan and the others could deal with. And they wanted to fight the heavenly talents of the heavenly clan in advance, so they came. Looking at the fiery Feng Xingliu and Han Fei, who looked like an orthodox human being, Jeja exclaimed, Little brother, you're so handsome. Xianling scoffed. You said you didn't come here to find a man. Jeja scoffed. Humph. Old woman, do you think I'm like you? The corner of Xianling's mouth twitched. Jeja, just wait for me to tear your mouth apart. In the rear, Yuan and the others' eyes turned red when they saw Han Fei and the others. Yuan roared, It's them, it's them! Someone shouted, Cousin, it's the one who played with fire who stepped on me. Just beat him up. Leave him to me. Someone was furious. Cousin, the one who played with fire is not the craziest. The one next to him, you must nail him to death. I'll support you. Xianling looked back and shouted coldly, All of you, shut up, a bunch of good-for-nothings. At this moment, Tianlong stepped on the bow of the boat, looking at Han Fei and Feng Xingliu from afar, and his voice rolled away. Are you the 2 of you who repeatedly robbed the heavenly clan and said that there are no good people in the heavenly clan? With a faint smile on his face, Han Fei replied as he walked, It's me. I see that the heavenly talents of the heavenly clan are a mess. Why, you 3 are dressed in fancy clothes, and you even have a little girl with you. What? Are you going to give her to my brother as a wife? Feng Xingliu immediately looked at Han Fei. How do you know that I like this type? Han Fei rolled his eyes and ignored him. The little girl, Jeja, snorted. Hee, little brother. It depends on whether your brother next to you is a good match or not. It was just a part of cursing, but when Feng Xingliu heard that, he immediately became serious. Hey, Aunt, who do you think is not a good match? Jeja. Han Fei felt guilty. He didn't know why Feng Xingliu called him an ant after he followed him. This ant didn't offend him at all. Xianling said, Tisk, since you're here, why don't you tell me your names? Han Fei chuckled. If you want to know our names, it depends on whether you're qualified. I heard that you're the top heavenly talents of the heavenly clan. Let's see if you can take my fists or not. Tianlong sneered. You want to fight? Sure. My fists are not among the top 10 in my level, but it's more than enough to beat you. Han Fei sneered. You're not in the top 10. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? I once shook the North and the South with my fists, and I call myself the #1 fist king in the world. You're just a nobody. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei again. Huh, did he just say that? Han Fei called himself the #1 fist king in the world. How could he be weak? Immediately, Feng Xingliu roared. I once burned the sea and divine beasts with fire, and I called myself, well, the #1 fire emperor in the world. Ants, why aren't you handing over the resources? The experts of the Heavenly Clan, Tianlong and the others were also speechless. What the F***CK are you talking about? What do you mean by the best in the world? Have you ever seen the human world? Behind Han Fei and the others, many experts of the Tomorrow's camp followed them to watch the battle. Hearing the two bragging, they were all speechless. Do you know who you're facing? Do you know who you're talking about? Chapter 2294. Outside the camp, there were many onlookers. The Sky Race chose the camp to consolidate their prestige and suppress these so-called heavenly talents who provoked the Sky Race. Since the top heavenly talents of the Sky Race were all here, a group battle was obviously impossible. Their pride wouldn't allow them to fight 4 against 2, let alone dozens against 2. Therefore, Tianlong stood straight at the bow of the ship and was the first to take action. Don't talk about useless things. I am Tianlong, a disciple of the 5th lineage of the Sky Race. You have provoked the Sky Race. Even if you are at the top of the EC race, you must give me an explanation today. Which one of you will come first? Tianlong looked straight at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was good at punching, extremely powerful punching. He was probably a top heavenly talent who had reached the peak of the Fist Radiance Mountain. Although the overall status of the Sky Race was higher than that of the Fist Radiance Mountain, it didn't mean that the top heavenly talents of the Sky Race dared to underestimate the top heavenly talents of the Fist Radiance Mountain. The wilderness was vast. Everyone knew that no matter which family, it was possible to have a strong cultivator. However, heavenly talents had their own pride. They all felt that their strength and talent were the best, especially Han Fei, who hadn't turned into a star warrior. Tianlong didn't think that there was anyone in this world who hadn't turned into a star warrior who could beat him, no matter how others boasted about how strong he was. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. You mean you want to fight me one-on-one? Big guy, it's not that I look down on you, but you don't know how to write the word stupid. Wow, at that time the Tian clan's ship was in an uproar. Although they knew that Han Fei was arrogant, he was a bit too arrogant. Wasn't he a bit too arrogant? Someone immediately scolded. Don't be arrogant. Brother Tianlong is a top cultivator of the Tao of Balance. Do you think you are the only one who can fight? Who gave you the confidence to look down on the strong cultivators in the world? Han Fei picked his ear and smiled. Is that so? Then come. Since you insist on coming, I can only fulfill your wish. Then Han Fei stepped forward. Golden light shone on his arms. He deliberately pretended that his boxing skills were amazing. On the Tian clan side, Yi Xianling and the others were also happy to see Yi Tianlong and Han Fei fight. Yi Tianlong's strength was enough to prove Han Fei's true strength. On the other side, they weren't worried about the Phoenix Starstream. After all, water and fire were incompatible. The Phoenix Starstream would definitely belong to Yi Tianlong. When the Tian clan rankers rushed over, the nearby sea creatures had already escaped. Even though their battle would most likely take place in the void and would not involve the real sea, ordinary creatures did not dare to take the risk. Following a series of whooshes, several figures entered the rift and entered the rift. As soon as he entered the void, Yi Tianlong launched a fierce attack on Han Fei. Han Fei saw that the opponent's fist marks were rumbling and punched out the light-speed fist easily too. Also, Yi Tianlong's fist marks were full of the stinging sensation of metal, as if they were sharp sabers. However, Why would Han Fei be afraid? Han Fei's golden fist marks burst out, and the two instantly fought fiercely. Dong, 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 bang, 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 terrifying void ripples vibrated in the void, and the power was so strong that it caused a series of ripples that didn't stop. Even the people in the outside world felt that the void here seemed to be about to shatter and dared not to get too close. Above the void, the two fought for 100 minutes and had punched each other hundreds of thousands of times. Bam! The two flew backward at the same time. Han Fei slightly turned his head, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After a short time, Han Fei knew that Yi Tianlong's body refining was not as good as his. His physical injuries were more serious than Han Fei's, but Yi Tianlong should have gone a long way after turning into a star, and his talent should be a kind of physical strengthening power, like body hardening. But even so, he was still much weaker than Han Fei. However, in general, this person's physique was not bad. The Tian clan must have some body-refining divine arts. Han Fei tried his best to get some body-refining arts, which might have been easily obtained by him when he was young. If he had been practicing since he was young, his current cultivation level wouldn't be weak. In addition to his good physique, Yi Tianlong's attacks also carried soul attacks. However, this kind of soul attack was much weaker than Han Fei's double kill because Yi Tianlong's attack was only in the category of a major technique. Just like Han Fei's ownerless soul, although it could also hurt the souls of others, it was useless for those who had cultivated yang souls. Therefore, Yi Tianlong's fist technique was useless for Han Fei. He couldn't shake Han Fei's yang soul at all. Therefore, after a tentative hand-to-hand combat, Yi Tianlong's blood surged, his body was bruised, and some places were cracked and bleeding. It seemed that his injuries were more serious than Han Fei's. Seeing this scene, Yi Shuilu, Yi Jiejie, and Yi Xianling couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Yi Tianlong was one of the best body-refining cultivators in his generation. In the entire door to heaven, among those in the same realm, Yi Tianlong could touch the threshold of the top 10. Yi Xianling said, "Although this person won slightly, he is not much stronger than Yi Tianlong. Now, it's up to them to show their potential." Yi Jiejie scoffed. "Humph, this person's strength is not bad. It's normal for the two of them to defeat Yi Yuan and the others. It seems that the Fist Light Mountain has a good brother. Different from the Heavenly Clan, the overlords who came to watch tomorrow's camp were all shocked. They knew who Yi Tianlong was, but they had no idea who Han Fei was. Many people guessed, this must be the top heavenly talent of the Fist Light Mountain. I have seen records from ancient times. The Fist Light Mountain was an existence that once suppressed the Heavenly Clan and the Terror City. It is said that when the Fist God was born, his fist broke the galaxy. Later, there were often intergenerational inheritances. I wonder if this person has the bloodline of the Fist God." Someone sneered. "Do you believe it? How many tens of thousands of years ago was that? I don't believe in the bloodline of the Fist God, but the Fist Light Mountain is one of the super forces after all. It's not surprising that a few overlords came from it." Someone was amazed. These two are so arrogant and dare to provoke the Heavenly Clan. It seems that this time they are going to shine in the 10,000-year competition. Someone shook his head slightly. "I don't think it's enough. Although Yi Tianlong is strong, he is not the strongest. In the past 100,000 years, the Heavenly Clan has a terrifying reputation and strength that surpasses the Terror City. There should be a lot of people who are more talented than Yi Tianlong." At this moment, behind Yi Tianlong, a door of light appeared, and red threads of light appeared on Yi Tianlong's body. These threads of light wandered on his body, flickering and extinguishing. Han Fei could feel that Yi Tianlong's physical strength was rapidly increasing. On the Heavenly Clan side, someone said, "Brother, Tianlong's talent ability has appeared. His strength has skyrocketed by 30%. Plus, he didn't use his full strength just now. This guy has no chance." Someone looked at Han Fei with resentment. hoping that Yi Tianlong would use his full strength and smash him into a meat pie. Yi Tianlong sneered. Do your best. I'd like to see what kind of heavenly talent the Fist-Light Mountain has. Oh. As Yi Tianlong roared, a strange appearance appeared on the surface of his body, which seemed to be the phantom of a monster, faintly shrouding him. And at this time, Han Fei showed a disdainful smile, only to see that a pair of boxing gloves had appeared on his hands. In the previous 2 battles, Han Fei didn't use the god-slaying gloves because it was unnecessary. Moreover, using the god-slaying gloves would expose his identity. Han Fei's name must have been in the Heavenly Clan. As soon as the god-slaying gloves appeared, it officially confirmed the fact that he and the Heavenly Clan were enemies. Unfortunately, Yi Tianlong didn't recognize the god-slaying gloves at this time. He just felt that it was natural for a peerless heavenly talent to have a powerful boxing glove. He also had a divine weapon boxing glove, and it appeared in his hand at this moment. Swish, at that moment, Han Fei suddenly burst out at 6 times the speed of light and punched out with a great dragon fist, which contained a trace of invincible fighting intent, as if he was going to pierce through Yi Tianlong with one blow. The latter roared, and behind him, there seemed to be 10,000 beast phantoms galloping. At the same time, Yi Tianlong sneered, and with a flash between his eyebrows, an invisible fist mark seemed to merge with the fist mark in his hand. He roared, soul-destroying demonic fist. Behind him, Yi Xianling and the others were shocked. Although they looked down on the body tempering school, the power of these animals really couldn't be underestimated. This kind of terrifying power ordinary heavenly talents couldn't resist at all. Yi Yuan and the others were also shocked. At this time, Yi Tianlong was like a demon, as if he was controlling thousands of demons, pouncing on his opponent. On the other hand, Han Fei had nothing special except for his speed. Because the power of the two was too strong, the shock waves collided. But what shocked Yi Tianlong was that at that moment he saw that Han Fei was still smiling, as if his divine soul was not affected at all. How is this possible? On the contrary, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt his vision blurred, and he saw an incomparably magnificent figure like a star. At that moment, Yi Tianlong only felt that he was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. In front of him, there was a path, and he had a feeling that if he walked on this path, he would have a chance to become a god. This is the divine path? At that moment, Yi Tianlong's eyes were red. What did he see? The divine path? How is this possible? Who among the heavenly clan has ever seen the divine path? But he saw it. No, it's impossible. How can it be the divine path? Where am I? I am Yi Tianlong, who is eroding my divine soul. In reality, after the attack, Yi Tianlong inexplicably went crazy, only to hear him shouting, "Impossible, it can't be the divine path. Where am I?" Suddenly, the heavenly clan seemed to feel that something was wrong. What's wrong with Yi Tianlong? Unfortunately, Han Fei wouldn't give them a chance. His fist marks were like stars in the sky, dong-dong. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of fist marks. Yi Tianlong's divine soul collapsed, and his whole body struggled, as if trying to get rid of some kind of predicament. Han Fei thought to himself, this person's mind is very strong, and he even has the will to get rid of the god-slaying gloves. When he saw Yi Xuelu pull out the knife, he grabbed the void in his hand, and a spear shadow rose into the air, imprinted with heaven and earth Tao patterns. Swish! Yi Xuelu had already taken action. He wanted to save people. Fire God triple strike. However, Feng Xingliu, who was also onlookers, wasn't really here to watch the show. Since Yi Xuelu dared to take action, how could he agree? So the two of them instantly clashed. Puff! The god-sealing spear pierced through Yi Tianlong, nailing him to the bottom of the sea. Because everything happened too fast, Yi Xianling and Yi Jetta took action one after another, only to see a blood demon standing in front of them. Han Fei summoned the two god-sealing spears again and sneered. Who dares to touch my trophies? Chapter 2295. Yi Tianlong was nailed through by Han Fei, which was unexpected to everyone. In theory, even if Yi Tianlong's talent and strength were no match for Han Fei's, it was impossible for this guy to not have any trump cards. However, just now, Yi Tianlong somehow fell into a strange state of madness and shouted that it was impossible. So Han Fei took the opportunity to pierce through him and nailed him to the bottom of the sea. Most of the spectators were at the heaven opening state. They were surprised that Yi Tianlong was nailed by Han Fei. But when they saw that Han Fei could gather heaven and earth Tao patterns with a wave of his hand, they couldn't help but gasp. Mastering the heaven and earth Tao pattern was not something that could be achieved with just talent. It was also not something that could be mastered with a sufficient realm. You had to be able to completely integrate your great Tao into the heavenly Tao. He could transform himself into a part of the heavenly Tao at any time. Only then would he have the foundation to master the Tao pattern. Even if many people could already fuse with a part of the heavenly Tao, it did not mean that they could grasp the Tao patterns. They could only grasp a portion of it. However, they had no idea how to completely grasp or use the patterns in this world. For example, Han Fei could use it because he had the Tao Fusion book. What kind of item was the Tao Melting book? It was very likely that it was a great Tao pattern technique that the gods used to suppress the divine beast in the gods' ruin. However, how could an ordinary person have the opportunity to learn a strange technique like the Tao Fusion manual? Therefore, when Han Fei was familiar with the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, even Yi Xianling and the others were certain that Han Fei definitely came from a super heritage. Even in the Tian clan, there were very few divine arts that could control the Tao pattern of the heavens and earth. How could an ordinary small clan that had never produced a divine spirit have such a legacy? Therefore, at the moment when Yi Tianlong was suppressed by Han Fei, Yi Xianling immediately warned, "Yi Xuelu, the other party's background should be more powerful than you think, and they have a lot of trump cards. Don't let your guard down. Unleash your quintessence to suppress them." Yi Xuelu naturally noticed this as well, so he made his move the moment Yi Tianlong was about to be suppressed. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late and was blocked by this person who played with fire. Yi Xuelu knew that these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, so he naturally used his full strength. Feng Xinglu was the type of person who would use his ultimate skill the moment he appeared. This was because he didn't seem to have any low-level skills and relied on brute force when fighting. Boom! In the color of the void, flames spread for tens of thousands of miles. Many strange flame, great techniques burst forth. An entire sea of fire burned one soul. There was also a flame seed that looked like a god, like a spirit within the flames. It was born from the flames, and it immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks on Yi Xuelu. Yi Xuelu, on the other hand, seemed to be very talented in protecting souls. This person wielded a divine artifact, the flowing water blade, and was not to be outdone. For a moment, the two of them were locked in a stalemate. Han Fei thought that this kind of battle was perfect for the Phoenix Star School. This guy lacked battle experience. The reason why he could keep winning was because he was too strong. He was so strong that others couldn't block his attacks at all. In reality, if he didn't use his ultimate godly skill, Feng Xinglu's power was about the same as Yi Xuelio's. The two of them fought back and forth, and the scale of their battle was far greater than the one between him and Yi Tianlong. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Yi Xianling and Yi Jejie with a smile, and his smile gradually turned into a frown. That's not right. Logically speaking, my identity should have been exposed by now. The heavenly race definitely knows about the god-slaying gloves. Han Fei was puzzled. When he revealed the god-slaying gloves, he was already prepared to reveal his identity. This time, he came with the intention of becoming famous. It wasn't easy for him to come to the divine capital dynasty. Besides participating in the competition, he also wanted to make a name for himself. Most of the time, The reason why ordinary people didn't have great opportunities was because they weren't famous enough. Besides, he had originally planned to create a powerful identity for himself. But now, it seemed that these geniuses of the heavenly race didn't know his identity. That was strange. Did they not inform other people in the heavenly race? But no matter what, Han Fei had already chosen to attack, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. At this moment, the god-slaying gloves and the god thought beads boosted his strength, and the art of balance borrowed the power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Han Fei's strength almost doubled. However, Han Fei knew that this wasn't enough. He could only seal Yi Tianlong because Yi Tianlong wasn't prepared at all. He didn't know that Han Fei had something like the god-slaying gloves. If he wasn't careful, he would end up being sealed. There was nothing to argue about. He just underestimated his opponent. Therefore, Han Fei also activated the Great Tao, but not a lot. He only doubled his strength. He couldn't fully activate the Great Tao now because his physique couldn't keep up and couldn't bear the terrifying power. Unless one day, when his body was filled with golden jade marrow, he might be able to bear the explosion of the Great Tao in his complete state. However, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejie, who had already watched the battle, wouldn't underestimate their opponent. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they didn't choose to fight one-on-one, but together. Yi Tianlong was already sealed. If the two of them fought one-on-one, once they were sealed, they would be evenly matched with each other. At that time, could they rely on Yi Yuan and the others to defeat Han Fei? Therefore, they chose to join forces without hesitation. Anyway, they were women, so there was no need to care about so many rules. Winning was the key. As soon as he came up, Han Fei heard a seductive voice in his ears. It was an extremely seductive voice. Besides, he also felt that some kind of power was trying to invade his divine soul and create illusions for him. However, perhaps they didn't even know that his divine soul had been awakened and his yang soul had changed. His divine soul couldn't be affected by mere seduction and illusions anymore. Even if it could, it wasn't something that Yi Xianling could affect. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment, and it was at this moment that Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejie felt that their opportunity had come. Yi Jiejie activated some kind of technique or great Tao and suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. At this moment, boundless gravity fell on Han Fei. Yi Xianling, on the other hand, took out a blood-colored spear. As soon as the spear appeared, countless weird rune chains appeared in the void and were branded on it. Then, the spear seemed to cross the space and directly hit Han Fei's body. Pucci! The emperor saw that Han Fei's figure only paused in the void for a moment, and the next moment he was suppressed by Yi Jiejie with the power of the universe and was pierced by Yi Xianling's spear. The whole process only took a moment. Someone exclaimed, That's it. Someone was surprised. Wasn't he so brave just now? How come he was killed so quickly? Someone said lightly, 2 top heavenly talents attacked at the same time, and I heard that Yi Xianling is good at illusions. It's normal that he was pierced. On the heavenly race's side, the heavenly talents all smiled. Someone laughed. This guy really thinks he's strong. He doesn't know that he's just a clown. Someone said proudly, No one can survive my cousin's god-slaying spear. This guy is dead for sure. Yi Yuan even yelled, Sister Xianling, keep him alive. He must have a lot of resources. Feng Xingliu's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He yelled, Fire God Storm, Grand Burning Sky Technique. Yi Shuiliu's boundless water, intense saber aura was instantly evaporated by the fire technique. The latter was horrified, but he wouldn't let Feng Xingliu leave and interfere with the battle over there. With a clink, the flowing water saber that he hadn't drawn out was unsheathed. Walala, waves suddenly appeared in the air and covered the sea of fire. The two were fighting again. However, Yi Jiejie's expression suddenly changed. No, it's fake. Shocked, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejie began to search for Han Fei's real body. Indeed, they had won too easily. It was as if this guy came to them to fight. How could there be such a good thing in the world? So, the moment Han Fei was pierced, Yi Jieje found that something was wrong. This guy seemed to disperse on his own. Twin in one. Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared 1,000 kilometers away from the two of them. As early as the moment they made their move, Han Fei knew that the two of them would not hold back and would definitely kill him as soon as they attacked. In a situation where he was not familiar with them, why should he go up and fight with them? As soon as he came up, Han Fei roughly figured out their moves. 1,000 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. Yi Xianling only felt a huge force coming from behind. She tried to burst out her soul barrier to stop Han Fei, but Yi Xianling's soul barrier was pierced by a punch. Not only that, Han Fei punched 100 times in the blink of an eye. If Han Fei didn't use the god-slaying gloves, maybe Yi Xianling could block it. But the god-slaying gloves were imprinted on Yi Xianling's body. He saw a magnificent body. He instinctively thought it was a god and wanted to worship it. Han Fei held the void in his hand, and a spear appeared, imprinted with heaven and earth Tao patterns. Of course, Yi Jieje couldn't allow this to happen. Once Yi Xianling was nailed, she might not be able to win alone. After all, this person had shown extraordinary strength. Yi Jieje directly mobilized all the power within a range of 10,000 kilometers and even deprived Han Fei of the right to borrow the power of the heavenly way. Han Fei frowned. This girl was a bit interesting. Her Tao could steal the power of the heavenly way. However, she still underestimated Han Fei. Even without the help of the power of the heavenly way, Han Fei's strength was not something she could easily overcome. At that moment, Han Fei condensed a Tao pattern from his past practice and continued to stab it. At the same time, under the void descent technique, Han Fei created a clone and blocked Yi Jieje with a punch. Bam! Boom! At the moment when Han Fei and Yi Jieje fought, Yi Xianling was nailed from the void to the outside world and stabbed into the seabed. The god-slaying spear was also suppressed by Han Fei. How could Han Fei let go of such a high-end war trophy? Chapter 2296. All these changes happened so fast that the others didn't have time to react. Han Fei had just been pierced through, but in the blink of an eye he had already appeared next to Yi Xianling, summoned the god-sealing spear, and nailed it down. In most people's eyes, Han Fei nailed Yi Xianling as easily as nailing a child. But only Yi Jieje knew that it wasn't that simple. Yi Xianling couldn't have used the power of the god-slaying spear at that moment. The reason why she didn't use it was that she didn't have time. Yi Jieje immediately looked at Han Fei's glove. This thing was the key. Both Yi Tianlong and Yi Xianling were dazed when they were bombarded by Han Fei's fist marks. Although Yi Xianling seemed to be nailed through in an instant, Yi Jieje still noticed this detail. At the moment when she was nailed through, she was dazed for a moment. With a thought in her mind, Yi Jieje deprived the world of this world and gathered it on an axe. When Han Fei saw this axe, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, Lolas are all strong. She swung the big axe and hammer. Dum, dum, dum. Han Fei's fist marks and the giant axe hit each other 100 times in a row, and Yi Jieje said, "There's something wrong with your glove. It's not that you're stronger than us, but that your glove can hit the soul. It's a pity that I can protect myself with the power of the heavenly law, which can completely block the chi bursting out of your glove. You can't hurt me in the same way." Han Fei sneered. "Lolita, I advise you not to be too happy. Can your heavenly gate absorb the power of the heavenly law here, or can your Tao? Woo, let me try. How far can you absorb?" With a thought in his mind, a projection appeared every 10,000 kilometers. When Han Fei's projection appeared 30,000 kilometers away, he suddenly felt relaxed. Han Fei grinned. 30,000 kilometers? I'm really curious. How much power of the heavenly law can you use in such a large range? And how much can your body bear? The next moment, a golden body, 10,000 meters high, suddenly appeared in the sky. Shoot! What's this? A Dharma body? What a huge Dharma body! Feng Xingliu had been a little worried just now, but now she realized how stupid she was. Han Fei was someone who could suppress a late-stage heaven opening expert. How could he be suppressed by two little girls? At this moment, looking at Han Fei's 10,000-foot Dharma form, he was instantly envious, thinking that it felt much stronger than his own Dharma form. He couldn't help but think to himself, I must fuse with the Dharmakaya and achieve my own Dharma form. Yes, yes. On the Tian clan's side, they weren't all idiots. Someone cried out in alarm. This isn't a magical body. This is a magical image. Look, it looks exactly the same as this person. Someone was shocked. What, Dharma World? Is this person really from the Fist Radiance Mountain Peak? One of the onlookers was shocked. We don't even have Dharmakayas, but this kid has already created his own Dharma World? Good heavens, is this really the genius of the Mountain of Fist Radiance? Could he be the direct disciple of the Fist Emperor? Speaking of which, the one who was the most shocked was still Ijejia. That was because she discovered that her Cosmos technique was actually unable to suppress this fellow. She mobilized the power of heaven and earth here, trying to suppress Han Fei. At that time, Han Fei clenched his fist, and the fist mark soared into the sky. In an instant, the void exploded and ripples rolled, and Ijejia vomited a mouthful of blood. Others didn't know how terrifying Han Fei was, but she did. In order to break through her Cosmos technique, first of all, his strength couldn't be lower than hers, or even at least 5 times or twice more than hers. Even if Han Fei activated his Dharma world, Ijejia didn't think that his strength could exceed 50% of hers. But the fact was that she was wrong and completely underestimated Han Fei's strength. This was not the strength that a powerhouse who hadn't turned into a star realm could exert at all. The next moment, Han Fei's voice rumbled. My fists can shake the north and the south, but I have never suppressed a fierce beast lowly. Now that I've caught you, you can't run away. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei turned this battle into a close-range combat again. At the full speed of light, he used the Sun God's soul attack. After the first 100 punches, Ijejia was blasted all over the place. It wasn't until Han Fei grabbed the void, summoned the God Sealing Spear, and nailed Ijejia that the people of the Heavenly Clan were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why? Why was the peerless heavenly talent of the clan defeated? Wasn't this person not a star realm cultivator? This must be a lie, right? He must be at the late stage of the star realm, right? Ijejia, who was nailed to the seabed by the God-sealing spear, had a bruised nose and swollen face. She almost went crazy. How could she let the world see her beautiful face being beaten like this? This was even more humiliating than losing a fight. However, he didn't know what kind of spear Han Fei had shot out. It pierced through him and he couldn't even move his fingers. His body couldn't even recover naturally. He was stabbed on the spear like a toothpick. Yi Xianling, who was also impaled, had the same thought as her. She was the pride of the heavens, a golden branch and jade leaves, riding on a dragon carriage, incomparably noble. How could she have expected that she would be impaled at the bottom of the sea and be observed by everyone? For a moment, her noble faith almost collapsed. However, Han Fei didn't care what they were thinking. He roared, Feng Xingliu, the so-called peerless heavenly talent will be your practice. Don't let him go, or I'll look down on you. Han Fei had already grasped Feng Xingliu's character. This guy was obedient, but he was afraid of being criticized by others. When his enemies criticized him, he would call them ants. Now, thinking that if he couldn't win, he would be looked down upon by Han Fei, he didn't feel good. How can I, Feng Xingliu, lose? How could this piece of trash escape from my Phoenix Star Stream? Why can Han Fei defeat 3 opponents by himself? But I still can't defeat this one. Han Fei is right. I'm just practicing. I didn't use my full strength. By the way, the battle only started a while ago. It's not that I'm not strong enough, but that Han Fei, this guy is a bit abnormal. Although Feng Xinglu was narcissistic, he knew that Han Fei was stronger than him. This was undeniable. Facing a late-stage star transformation cultivator, he was the one being hunted, but Han Fei could blackmail a late-stage star transformation cultivator. His strength was obvious to all. Thinking of this, Feng Xinglu felt a bit better. He responded, "Why are you fighting so fast? I'm still warming up. I haven't fought for a long time. Let me have some fun." When the onlookers heard this, their hearts tightened. They were already in such a state, and you call it a warm-up? Do you warm up like this? However, Feng Xinglu and Han Fei came to fight together, and their strength was obvious to all, so no one took it seriously. Han Fei's side had already defeated 3 people. If he suppressed the last one, there would be no chance to fight anymore. The heaven-opening cultivators in the camp all understood that the real strong were never afraid of fighting, especially those with powerful backgrounds. They were even more eager to fight. The people from the heavenly clans were not strong enough to satisfy him. Anyway, as long as the onlookers believed it, they didn't know that a super strong person like Feng Xinglu was so vain that he liked to brag. On the other side, Han Fei stepped across the sky, and the heavenly talents of the heavenly clans were horrified. 3 of the 4 top heavenly talents had already been nailed. How could the rest of them be a match for Han Fei? Maybe they could fight Han Fei if they joined forces and used all kinds of techniques, but they had been shocked by Han Fei's strength and naturally thought that they couldn't beat him. So when Han Fei came, many people wanted to run. Han Fei shouted, "I won't kill you, but if anyone dares to run, I'll cut off the heads of the coquettish woman and the pig-headed lowly and destroy their souls. So, their lives are in your hands. If 1 runs, I'll kill 1. If 3 run, I'll kill all of them." Hearing this, who dared to run? How could he explain to the clan that they didn't have to die and that Yi Xianling and the others were killed because he ran away? If that was the case, the clan would kill him first. Different from Yi Yuan, someone didn't get beaten up by Han Fei when he saw Han Fei for the first time. He said angrily, "Do you know what you're doing? If anything happens to them, you'll never be able to leave the divine capital dynasty again." However, Han Fei reached out his hand and grabbed Yi Xianling's head. Anyway, these people couldn't be killed under normal circumstances. Han Fei squeezed her head and crushed it. Then he looked at the person who spoke and said, "I hate it when people threaten me the most in my life. If I hear another threat, I'll kill her on the spot." Who dared to threaten Han Fei at this moment? They didn't dare to run or curse. They could only stare at Han Fei angrily. However, Han Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He pointed at them and said, "Everyone hand over all the resources you have and the qualification token, all of them." Chapter 2297. At that moment, Yuan and the others were all dumbfounded, especially Yuan. He had been knocked down 3 times. When Han Fei glanced at him, Yuan shivered. F***CK. Why are you looking at me again? I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent. Yes, I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent. Yuan couldn't help but remember what Han Fei said last time. If he was caught again with less than 50,000 kilometers of resources, he would be killed. He swore that he really didn't take it to heart. It was just that his origin sea happened to be replenished with 50,000 resources this month. Well, seeing Yuan take out his resources, the others thought, since someone is taking the lead, let him take it. Someone thought, I'm just being blackmailed. If the heavenly talents of my clan weren't detained by this lunatic, I would definitely fight him. On the other side, the strong masters of the heavenly races were lining up to hand in their tokens. Feng Xinglu was shocked. Is this what it means to win without a fight? So it's like this? Feng Xinglu was intrigued. He felt that he had learned another trick. Hey, wait. All the resources are taken by Han Fei. What can I earn? Feng Xingliu's face changed drastically. Han Fei, leave some for me. Leave some. Chirp. Wind hitting the sky, soaring. Fire Phoenix divine technique. Hoop! When someone saw the divine phoenix in the sky, he immediately exclaimed, "What? Phoenix divine clan? He's from the South Sea divine lands, Phoenix clan. Shoot! He's a disciple of the divine range." Oh, if he's a disciple of the divine range, then many people looked at Han Fei in a different way, thinking that he must be a disciple of the divine range too. If he wasn't a disciple of the divine range, how could he defeat 3 opponents at once? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine range, how could he master the Dermic world? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine range, how could he be so unscrupulous? On the other side, in the battle of Feng Xingliu's divine technique, Ishuelu couldn't resist it even with the help of the heavenly gate. He felt that the surging fire essence almost burned through his divine soul. The soul-protecting divine artifact in his head had flown out and appeared in the outside world. However, Feng Xingliu remembered that Han Fei had told him not to kill anyone this time, so he grabbed Ishuelu and attacked Han Fei. Han Fei knew that Feng Xingliu couldn't hold it any longer, so he created another god-sealing spear in his hand and pierced through Ishuelu. At this point, the 4 top geniuses of the Tian clan had all been nailed to the seabed by Han Fei, causing the surrounding emperors to be overwhelmed with shock and awe. In the dark, someone sneaked away, but Han Fei didn't care. Feng Xingliu couldn't wait to rush to Han Fei. "I'll help you collect the resources. I'll help you collect them." Han Fei didn't care. Resources were not very attractive to Feng Xingliu. He only wanted to collect resources because he wanted to feel the pleasure of collecting resources. After that, he could casually say something. Even if he said that he wanted to buy 2 ships, this fellow would throw out tens of thousands of miles of resources. He did not treat money as money at all. Han Fei guessed that this guy had never spent money on anything before. Maybe the family treasury was open to him and he could take whatever he wanted. He didn't have any idea at all. If it weren't for Han Fei's words, Feng Xingliu probably wouldn't care at all. Okay, just take them. Take them all. After a while, when Feng Xingliu took away a lot of resources, he slowly counted the accounts. Han Fei pointed to the people of the Tian clan and said, "Yi Yuan, come here. I know you." Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. "What do you mean you know me? I don't know you well. Why do you make it sound like I'm on your side?" But at this time he had to bite the bullet and stand up. Yi Tianlong and the other top prodigies were recruited by him through his connections. All right, if anything were to happen to the 4 of them, dying 100 times wouldn't be enough for him. Yi Yuan bit the bullet and said, "I've already given you the resources. What else do you want?" Han Fei smiled and said, "All of you, come with me." After that, Han Fei left the void, and the big void hand grabbed at the places where Yi Tianlong and the others were nailed, sucking them all over. Then, on the bow of the deck of the Tian clan's big ship, 4 strings were inserted in a row. Han Fei said, "All of you, get on the ship." Seeing that the people of the Tian clan hesitated but didn't dare to leave, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. "I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. How dare you call yourself a member of the Tian clan? Shame on you." Someone shouted, "What do you want to do?" Han Fei said, "I want you to stay on the ship. If you don't mind flying for a long time, you can fly in the sky." Someone said in a low voice, "There are so many of us here. If he dares to kill us, we will become his sworn enemy. Now that he hasn't killed me, it's probably because of this relationship." Someone pondered, "Now we have been threatened by him. We can't run or fight. Let's get on the ship." When everyone was on the ship, Han Fei flipped his hand and 36 god-sealing spears fell from the sky. Immediately, the people of the Tian clan all shouted, "What do you want to do?" Han Fei sneered, "You are all my captives. Stay on the ship and wait for your family to redeem you. If no one redeems you, I will kill you." Hiss! F***CK, how can this work? Isn't it enough to threaten us? Does he want to threaten our clan? However, after a while of chattering, these people's hearts sank. This time, the clan might have to come to redeem them. After all, there were too many people controlled this time, almost 40. If the clan didn't show up, nearly 40 heavenly talents of the Tian clan would die at once. This loss was really too great. Next to him, Feng Xingliu tricked them onto the boat, then sealed them, and then threatened them. She had mastered the whole process and was amazed by her performance. Oh, so resources can be obtained through extortion? He couldn't help but call out Feng Qingqing's name. As soon as Feng Qingqing appeared, she saw the 4 strong masters nailed to the deck. Feng Qingqing was not stupid. How could she not even know the difference between the sea expansion realm and the heavenly creation realm? She looked at the dozens of strong masters on the ship, and then at the 4 people who were nailed here, and couldn't help but say, I just entered your sea of origin for a while. What did you do? Feng Xingliu said nothing. It's as simple as fighting and collecting money. Han Fei is going to imprison them and extort resources from them. Feng Qingqing was shocked. She tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei, then at Feng Xingliu, who seemed a little excited, and said, Extort the Tian clan? Feng Xingliu said, Yes. I think I can make a lot of money this time. When I return to my clan, my father will definitely say that I've grown up and can make money on my own. Feng Qingqing rubbed her head. No, she had to rest for a while. Her brain couldn't keep up. Feng Xingliu had never done such a big thing in her life. Feng Xingliu might not know what the Tian clan was, but Feng Qingqing did. The Phoenix clan was not much stronger than the Tian clan. In fact, they were only on par. The Tian clan had been in the divine East Sea for so many years, and they had produced more than 1 or 2 peerless masters. The Tian clan had more than 1 or 2 venerable sovereigns. Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were going to fight the Tian clan to the death. Feng Qingqing pointed at the 4 skewers and asked, These 4 are? Feng Xingliu said proudly, Humph. These 4 claim to be the top heavenly talents of the Tian clan, but they're just SOO. Seeing Feng Qingqing's angry eyes, Feng Xingliu said, Fine. They're not bad. They're quite powerful. Unfortunately, they're much weaker than me. So, it's only natural that they lost to me. Feng Qingqing knew how strong Feng Xingliu was. Even though her brother was a bit of a nerd, he was strong and talented. He had a divine pulse, and he had been raised as the core of the Phoenix God clan. He could have anything he wanted. Feng Qingqing knew that Feng Xingliu was strong. Therefore, when Feng Xingliu said that these people were just slightly weaker than him, Feng Qingqing immediately understood. So it turned out that these 2 had taken out a few of the Sky Race's top prodigies, and then suppressed a few dozen normal prodigies, and used them as bargaining chips to demand resources from the Sky Race. But how much influence this would have? How could she not know? The Phoenix clan wasn't afraid of the Tian clan, but there was no need to offend them now. Feng Qingqing stammered, Brother Han Fei, swoosh, at Feng Qingqing's words. All the descendants of the Tian clan looked at Han Fei, including Yi Tianlong and the other 3 who were nailed to the bow. Feng Qingqing. Han Fei's voice was unhurried. Even if you heard me, my name is Han Fei, and I'm a slap to the Tian clan's face. You'd better hope I don't see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up if I see you. Hiss. The onlookers realized that Han Fei must have had some conflict with the Tian clan. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have slapped the Tian clan's face like this. Besides, Han Fei dared to say and do it in front of so many people. He wasn't afraid that the Tian clan would target him. The onlookers were shocked. He dared to challenge the Tian clan in public. This guy was awesome. Feng Xingliu hadn't thought of robbing and extorting. He was about to shout, "Aye, Feng Xingliu!" Smack, however, Feng Qingqing gave him a backhand slap on his arm. Shut up. Chapter 2298. Unfortunately, Feng Xingliu was already in cahoots with Han Fei. It was almost impossible to disassociate themselves now. It wasn't that Feng Qingqing didn't want to cooperate with Han Fei. She just felt that they were too high-profile. But things had already developed to this point, and there was nothing she could do. However, Feng Qingqing wasn't afraid. The Phoenix Divine Clan and the Heavenly Clan were equals. She wasn't worried that they would really do anything to them. Besides, now that they had the qualification token, even the Heavenly Clan wouldn't dare to do anything to them. She was just more and more curious about which clan Han Fei was from. This subverted her understanding of the big clans. She didn't know where her sister had made such a friend. After imprisoning all the people on the ship, Han Fei and the others stayed on the Heavenly Clan ship for half a month. On this day, under Feng Xing Lu and Feng Qingqing's strong request, Han Fei ate the 15th hot pot. Han Fei said, "I'm telling you, I'm not eating this anymore. I'll fight whoever makes me eat it again." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Han Fei's words. For two people who had never eaten in their lives, hot pot was obviously much more attractive than Han Fei. Suddenly, a team of 5 or 6 strong cultivators appeared in the sky. They were all in the late stage of the heaven creation state. Han Fei might not be able to defeat any one of them. Unfortunately, none of the 6 had chased after him outside the god's ruin. But Han Fei could understand. Those 3 must have lost a lot of their clones when they died. Their strength must have been greatly weakened. The first thing they did after returning to the clan was to cultivate in seclusion. It was normal that they didn't show up. Feng Xing Lu and Feng Qingqing immediately shut up and looked warily at the sky not far away. Feng Xing Lu took a deep breath and said, "Han Fei, I can't beat them. I can't beat any of them." Feng Xing Lu didn't show weakness when he felt the strength of the opponents, just like when he faced the black shark. If it weren't for the black shark, he wouldn't be afraid of those ordinary heaven creation cultivators. There was a world of difference in strength between a late-stage star transformation cultivator and an ordinary late-stage star transformation cultivator. According to the Emperor Sparrow, the star transformation was only the first step. The late stage of the star transformation meant that the 3rd step was almost complete. Therefore, the late stage of celestial transformation referred to the powerhouses who had reached the 3rd step of the celestial transformation realm, while the grand perfection of the celestial transformation realm represented the completion of the 3rd step. Now, 6 powerhouses at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm suddenly appeared, causing Feng Xingliu's forehead to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "I really can't do this. I can't do any of them." Han Fei, on the other hand, casually grabbed a garlic shrimp skewer from the grill. "Baji, who are you?" "Humph, are you Han Fei? How dare you detain someone from my Tian clan? Do you know what the consequences are?" Among them, one of the elders looked at the prodigies of the 4 clans who were strung up on the deck. His voice was cold and his expression was unfriendly as he questioned, "Damn it, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words." I only saw Han Fei pinch the nearest Yi Tianlong with a backhand and burst out his power. Bam! The next moment, Yi Tianlong was crushed. Han Fei raised his head and looked at these old men. His eyes were also cold and ruthless, as if he didn't care about the so-called heavenly talents of the Tian clan at all. "How dare you?" Immediately, several old men shouted. They wanted to take action, but they didn't dare. The 4 people at the prow of the ship were heavenly talents that their clans had tried their best to cultivate, and the lives of more than 30 people on the ship were in the hands of others. This ship was suppressed by layers of seals. They could be sure that if they fought, the other party could kill everyone on the ship in a short time. Han Fei sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're here to ransom people, be sincere and clear or I'll kill you now." With that, Han Fei said to Feng Xingliu, "Bring the others here." Feng Xingliu was stunned. Han Fei was really bluffing, facing 6 people at the late stage of the celestial transformation realm alone. He was still so confident. He was even crazier than Feng Yu. In the past half a month, the people on the ship had been controlled by Han Fei. Although he said he wouldn't kill them, it didn't mean he wouldn't imprison their strength. In fact, after collecting all the resources on them, Yi Xuan didn't care. Han Fei set up a large array to absorb their vitality and energy. After half a month, these people had lost 70 to 80% of their strength. All of them had lost a lot of weight, and their vitality was weak. Feng Xingliu reached out and grabbed them all onto the deck. Things had already come to this. Since they had already offended him, they could only continue offending him. When Yi Yuan and the others saw that the powerhouses of the heavenly race had arrived, moreover, there were 6 powerhouses in the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, they immediately felt that spring had arrived and burst into tears of joy. At that moment, someone shouted, "Patriarch, you're finally here, Patriarch. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, you must punish this murderer severely. I'm scared." A giant hand slapped down, and then Han Fei's voice echoed. "Who are you calling a murderer? I'll give you the right to speak again. What's your name?" The man was stunned. He didn't expect that Han Fei would still dare to hit him in this situation. Was he crazy? However, when he looked up, he saw that none of the patriarchs meant to speak, nor did they intend to take action. What's going on? Are the patriarchs being threatened? When he saw Han Fei's eyes full of killing intent, he suddenly shivered. Damn it, I was too careless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Fellow Taoist?" Smack. He continued to slap half of his body. "Who the F***CK is your fellow Taoist? I'll give you one last chance. Call me Big Brother." That man. Suddenly, one of the old men was about to speak, but Han Fei glanced at him, and the old man immediately shut up. They had already seen that this kid was a ruthless man who was not afraid of the heavenly race at all. Besides, with the people of the Phoenix clan here, this person must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant and domineering. He couldn't be impulsive if he wanted to save people. Seeing this, the man's heart sank, knowing that he had to call him Big Brother. Big Brother. Han Fei grinned. That's right. Han Fei then looked at the old men and said, "Me. From now on, you old be***stards, talk nicely. I'll kill anyone who dares to offend me. Their lives are up to you." Immediately, Yi Yuan and the others almost collapsed. How domineering was Han Fei! He called the patriarch an old be***starred, as if he was deliberately provoking the patriarch. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei and couldn't help admiring him. This guy was really tough and not afraid of death at all. Although he was proud, he never dared to do such a thing. Opening his mouth and shouting at a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator. Only a madman would do such a thing. At this time, among the old men of the heavenly race, the old man in the middle walked out. "You're Han Fei, right? What do you want?" "What do I want?" Han Fei smiled and pointed at Yi Yuan and the others. "Ransom them with money. These people are worth 100,000 kilometers of resources each." Then Han Fei pointed at Yi Tianlong and the others. "These 4 people are worth 500,000 kilometers of resources each. I only want resources and nothing else." Han Fei was wondering if he needed divine weapons, but then he realized how short of resources he had been. If he had enough resources, he could turn into a star as soon as possible. Once he turned into a star, he would have reached the middle stage of the heaven opening state and completed the 2nd step. At that time, his strength would definitely soar, and there were so many resources to turn into a star. After turning into a star, the path to stardom was uncertain. He didn't know what the path to stardom was, but he had to get the resources first. Besides, Little Black, Little White, Emperor Sparrow, Little Fatty, and Little Gold all needed resources. He was raising a whole family all by himself. If he didn't ask for more now, when would he? Wow. Even Feng Qingqing couldn't help but secretly gasp. Not counting these 4 top heavenly talents, Han Fei was asking for an astronomical number. This number was enough to open up 1,000,000 kilometers of origin, sea, from zero. Ordinary people, even children of divine range families, might not be able to use up so many resources from birth to stardom. Now Han Fei had no bottom line at all. The leading old man's face suddenly changed slightly. Han Fei, do you know how many resources this is? Can you afford it? Han Fei said, if you give it to me, I can afford it. If you give me these resources, you won't lose anything. Don't you know why I want so much? The old man said, including the 4 of them, it's also 100,000 kilometers of resources for each person. Forget it. As long as you don't touch the people of our heavenly clan in the future, we won't trouble you. Han Fei grabbed Yi Tianlong's suppressed divine soul, and under his power, Yi Tianlong's divine soul was immediately damaged. Han Fei sneered, do you think I'm bargaining with you? Do you think I'm afraid of being enemies with your heavenly clan? I was alone and helpless, and you seized the opportunity and almost killed me. Now you want to forget this matter with just these few resources? Do you think I haven't seen resources before? Are you going to give it to me or not? Chapter 2299. Han Fei's attitude was very tough. He was sure that the heavenly race would give him what he wanted. On this ship, there were 40 heavenly race star transformation powerhouses. How many resources were needed to cultivate a star transformation powerhouse? This was an astronomical figure. Cultivating a celestial transformation powerhouse on the level of a heaven's chosen would only consume more resources. The resources and time spent were all costs. 40 heaven opening experts would be an extremely powerful force in any faction. Who would be able to give them up just like that? Therefore, even though Han Fei was demanding an exorbitant price, the people of the heavenly race did not dare to disobey. The only thing Han Fei had to worry about was whether he would be hunted down by the real powerhouses of the heavenly race after letting them go. However, it wasn't as if he had done nothing in the past half a month. The Divine Capital Dynasty's 10,000-year competition, the Heaven Opening competition, had a condition restriction. This restriction was that only those who had cultivated for less than 30,000 years could sign up. The qualification order would verify the root bone of the contestants. Those who had cultivated for more than 30,000 years would not be recognized by the qualification order. This was undoubtedly good news. Many super powerhouses at the late stage of the heaven opening realm had cultivated for more than 30,000 years. Of course, super forces like the heavenly race definitely had star transformation powerhouses who had cultivated for less than 30,000 years. Han Fei did not know how many there were, but he was confident that with his current strength, even if he could not beat them, he could still run away. Moreover, the reason why Han Fei did not hide his identity was to tell them that he had a divine skill and could steal their power. I may not be able to beat the old star transformation powerhouses, but if you have the guts to release the star transformation powerhouses within 30,000 years, you can't kill me anyway. In the face of Han Fei's aggressiveness, the faces of the 6-star transformation powerhouses turned extremely ugly. This time, the matter was really sensational, and Han Fei's name had long been reported to the heavenly race. He was even listed on the East Sea Divine Land's Heavenly Pride list, but he was not famous yet. This time, when the heavenly race learned that the Phoenix Divine race was involved, they also felt that something was wrong. Han Fei's identity was probably not that simple. Therefore, this time they did bring a lot of resources. If they really could not come to an agreement, they would use resources to ransom him. But to their surprise, it was not a matter of negotiation at all. But Han Fei didn't negotiate with them at all. He asked for money, and if they didn't pay, he would kill them. It was so simple and straightforward that all their previous preparations were useless. But the resources brought by these old men were not as much as Han Fei wanted. According to the resources Han Fei asked for, they would have to spend at least 2 million kilometers of resources. Furthermore, they only had 500,000 li worth of resources on them. The old man leading the group said in a deep voice, "The resources we have on us are not enough to ransom them, so we need to send someone back to report this." Han Fei sneered. "The dignified heavenly clan can't even take out such a small amount of resources. Ridiculous. Go, go, go. If you can't make the decision, then let the person who can make the decision come over. If you let me wait for one more day, I'll give you an extra 100,000 kilometers of resources every day. The deadline is 10 days. If no one came within 10 days, I started killing people one a day." The commotion had already spread through the Tomorrow's camp. Over the past half a month, there had been an inexplicable increase in the number of people at Tomorrow's camp. At this moment, there were actually people peeking at him, but when the old man from the Heavenly Clan glanced at them, these people all retreated and ran away. They were not boorish men like Han Fei, who dared not challenge the Heavenly Clan. However, the discussion behind them grew louder and louder. Outsiders only knew that the Heavenly Clan and the Heavenly Clan were challenging each other. This big show attracted a lot of people. Feng Xingliu secretly asked, "How did the Heavenly Clan offend you? Are we asking for too much this time? I don't think I've seen so many resources in my life." Han Fei couldn't help saying, "It's nothing. It's just that when I was not prepared, 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators from the Heavenly Clan chased me and almost killed me. Now that I'm here, how can they not give me some blood?" Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu's hearts trembled. 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators chased Han Fei and almost killed him? They had seen Han Fei's strength. Although he couldn't suppress a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with his full strength, it was not a problem for him to tie with them. However, being besieged by 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, even Han Fei might not be able to resist. No wonder Han Fei hunted the Heavenly Clan so crazily. It seemed that he was here for revenge. But Han Fei suddenly said, "Hey, Xingliu, how many stars have you turned into in your Source Sea?" Feng Xingliu said, "Me. I'm 490,000 kilometers away. I felt that I could turn into a star, and then I did. How are you now? Are you going to turn into a star?" "Shoot, so many." Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Feng Xingliu, then shook his head. "No, I'm only 400,000 kilometers away. I don't think it's time for me to turn into a star." Feng Xingliu had no idea about turning into a star, so he was not surprised that a star above 400,000 kilometers was a star. However, Feng Qingqing glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "Brother Han Fei, haven't you felt the opportunity to turn into a star yet?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not at all." Feng Qingqing said, "According to the records in our family's ancient books, a normal person can turn into a star between 200,000 and 400,000 kilometers away. Generally speaking, those whose Source Sea is less than 300,000 kilometers away can only be regarded as ordinary. For them, the bigger the Source Sea, the better. Most of these people are independent cultivators. Unless they have a great opportunity after turning into a star, it is difficult for them to reach the peak of the star transformation realm. Those who turn into a star between 300,000 and 400,000 kilometers away, even if their aptitude was ordinary before, can be regarded as a heavenly talent. As long as they don't die, they have a great chance of reaching the late stage of the star transformation realm." Han Fei had found that Feng Qingqing was a little encyclopedia, so he couldn't help but ask, "What's after that?" Feng Qingqing said, "Between 400,000 and 500,000 kilometers away, it is not easy to open up in Source Sea. First of all, you have to have the resources to carry that space, and the upper limit of the Great Path, one's bloodline, talent, and luck will all become the conditions for turning into a star. So, after 400,000 kilometers, each step is a different world. Even if you are born in a big clan, your Source Sea may not be more than 400,000 kilometers. However, the bloodline of the big forces is extremely strong, an inheritance is not bad. Generally speaking, the main bloodline of a big clan will not have much difference in foundation. It is already not bad if a branch can give birth to a heavenly talent. And there is a watershed between 400,000 and 500,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked, "What?" Feng Qingqing blinked her big eyes. "Brother Han Fei, you don't know?" Han Fei replied, "I don't know. My master won't tell me." Master? Feng Qingqing thought to herself. Since Han Fei said it was a master, it should not be a big clan. Since it could recruit a disciple like Han Fei, this master must be quite strong. Since Han Fei said that the source sea had reached 400,000 kilometers, at least he had broken the barrier of 400,000 kilometers. But according to Han Fei's strength, this seemed to be a matter of course. So Feng Qingqing continued, 480,000 kilometers is a threshold. If the source sea exceeds 480,000 kilometers, you will be a 1 in a million heavenly talent. At least in our family, you will immediately be regarded as the hope of the family. And if you can turn into a star within 640,000 kilometers, you will be the hope of our family. Why? Han Fei was puzzled. Didn't he think that opening the source sea only required enough resources? Feng Qingqing explained, 49 is the number of days which is in line with fate. Han Fei asked, "Does it depend on fate?" Feng Qingqing explained, according to the ancient records, 250,000 kilometers, 360,000 kilometers, 490,000 kilometers, 640,000 kilometers, and the legendary 810,000 kilometers. These numbers are the best numbers for turning into a star, which coincides with the number of days. For example, you may turn into a star from 290,000 kilometers, but you may not be stronger than 250,000 kilometers. You may turn into a star from 390,000 kilometers, but you may not be stronger than 360,000 kilometers. Even those who turned into stars from 480,000 kilometers were no match for those who turned into stars from 360,000 kilometers. So, many people who know this secret will choose to turn into stars from 360,000 kilometers, because this is what many people can achieve. I'm talking about the disciples of the big clans. Han Fei frowned. He had already surpassed it. Then the next number of days would be 490,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Wait, according to your Phoenix clan, what if the Phoenix star stream reaches 640,000 kilometers?" Feng Qingqing replied, "No. The further you go, the more it depends on the number of days. Every round of heavenly days had a watershed. When the Phoenix star stream feels that he can turn into a star, it's the best time to do so. This feeling will only last for a short time, and you may not notice it and then miss it. If you continue to expand the origin sea at this time, you will miss this opportunity forever, since 490,000 kilometers is the most suitable for him. Even if he makes it to 630,000 kilometers, he may not surpass his current talent." Han Fei frowned. So, the Phoenix star stream was actually very strong. His star transformation was in line with the number of days. So even if he was stupid, he was still very strong. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Qingqing, how many are the 640,000 kilometers and the 810,000 kilometers?" Feng Qingqing explained, "The 640,000 kilometers is pitifully small. In 10,000 years, there may be no more than 2 hands in a divine land. The 810,000 kilometers only exists in the ancient records, and there are no historical records. Of course, the 490,000 kilometers will be more, and the number can be 10 times or more." Hearing this, Han Fei was enlightened. How big was the divine land? There were only 5 divine lands in the entire sea realm. So, as soon as Han Fei thought about it, Feng Qingqing said, "Except for the Middle Ocean Divine Land, all the strong masters will go to the Middle Ocean Divine Land in the end. So in total, there are about 100 people in the entire sea realm. Of course, I'm talking about every 10,000 years. Feng Xingliu snorted. Actually, I'm a bit regretful now. If I can jump over the 630,000 kilometers threshold, I will only be a heavenly talent in the legends. Han Fei ignored Feng Xingliu's bragging. This guy turned into a star from 490,000 kilometers. No wonder he was so strong. Unfortunately, this guy was a newbie in combat. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight with a late-stage star transformation cultivator. Han Fei's heart surged. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of kilometers he would feel the opportunity to turn into a star. At this time, Feng Qingqing smiled lightly. Brother Han Fei, no matter what, before you turn into a star, you should try to keep a low profile. Before turning into a star, the origin sea is only so big. Once you turn into a star, the origin sea will double. Even if you turn into a star from 250,000 kilometers away, you may be able to fight with those who haven't turned into stars from 480,000 kilometers away, and you may even win. So, before you turn into a star, you should keep a low profile. Chapter 2300. Han Fei had wanted to ask about this for a long time. He had no idea about the scope of the origin sea. When he asked Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others, they just told him that he would know when he arrived. However, the problem was that he was full of curiosity before he reached the star conversion realm. This time he would get a lot of resources, so Han Fei couldn't wait to understand the true meaning of the star conversion realm. Hearing Feng Qingqing's explanation, Han Fei immediately had a precise understanding of the star conversion realm. Of course, the conversation between Han Fei, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingqing couldn't be heard by others. 3 days later, outside the ship, the void trembled and a young man descended. Although this person was a young man, those old men were very respectful to him. There was no telling if he was an old monster that had to pretend to be a young man. After this young man arrived, he glanced at the heavenly talents on the ship and the few people who were still nailed to the bow. There was no special emotion in his eyes. The young man slowly fixed his eyes on Han Fei. Are you Han Fei? Han Fei smiled. That's me. The young man said, I can give you the resources you want, but you should know that asking for resources is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the heavenly clan. Han Fei was still smiling. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Care. The young man. Although he didn't understand what Han Fei said, Han Fei's attitude had explained everything. Since they were going to be enemies, the young man wasn't afraid. I can give you the resources now, and I can take them back later. This man then looked at Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing. The Phoenix Divine Clan is also going to be an enemy of the Heavenly Clan? Feng Xingliu was about to say something, when Feng Qingqing said calmly, You can think of it that way. What had already happened. If the Phoenix Divine Clan denied it now, they wouldn't be able to face Han Fei. At least, Han Fei saved their lives. Besides, Feng Qingqing seemed to feel that Han Fei's sect didn't seem to be a good choice. She didn't want the Phoenix Divine Clan to be Han Fei's backer. In this case, this favor was no less than what Han Fei had done for them. In this way, her sister didn't have to return the favor to Han Fei. Feng Xingliu immediately grinned. Exactly what I thought. What heavenly clan? I've never heard of it. Han Fei. Feng Qingqing said, Shut up. Humph. The young man coldly snorted. Since that's the case, my Tian clan has nothing to say. Winner takes all. Here are the resources. After that, the man threw out 3 small worlds. After all, there were too many resources, and it wasn't something that could be stored in the star shell. Han Fei stretched out his hand and casually grabbed the 3 small worlds. With a flip of his hand, he stored them in his origin sea. He had no intention of sharing the resources with Feng Xingliu. Previously, when the Phoenix Star Stream was collecting resources, they only collected less than 280,000 miles. It was about 1/20th of what he had received this time. But Feng Xing Lu also had a bunch of qualification badges. Once he sold the qualification badges, he would earn a huge sum of money. So far, it seemed like Phoenix Starstream was earning quite a bit. In theory, he still had to give Feng Xing Lu some money, but who knew how many resources he would need? Feng Xingliu had no concept of money, but Feng Qingqing should know. However, the girl never mentioned it, which made Han Fei feel a little embarrassed. Han Fei counted the resources in the two small worlds in his origin sea and then said to Feng Qingqing, "Let's go to Phoenix Starstream's origin sea first." Feng Qingqing nodded. This young man had an unknown background. She didn't know if he was 30,000 years old or not. If he wasn't, then he must be a super expert at the late stage of the star transformation realm. His aura alone could kill her. Of course, this man wouldn't act so recklessly. If Feng Qingqing died, the Phoenix Divine Clan would definitely start a war with the Heavenly Clan. So, even if this young man wanted to attack, his first target should be Han Fei. However, Han Fei wasn't afraid of him at all. Besides, he was alone. If he dared to attack Han Fei after knowing that he had the void-stealing technique, he must be retarded. Han Fei winked at Feng Xing Lu and then waved his hand. The heaven and earth Tao patterns on the God-sealing spear disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly Yi Tianlong, Yi Xianling, Yi Jejia, and Yi Shuelu were enveloped in a white light. When the white light faded, the five of them had returned to being super experts. However, except for Yi Shuelu, these people all stared at Han Fei. Although they had been sealed for the past few days, they had seen and heard everything. Yi Xianling's head was crushed by Han Fei, and she looked miserable. Many people saw that scene. Yi Jejia was sealed by the God-sealing spear and had been kicked countless times by Han Fei. She wanted to tear Han Fei to pieces. Yi Tianlong was a man. His body was crushed, and his divine soul was sealed by the God-sealing spear. But he was a man. Although he lost and was nailed there, he didn't feel anything. Anyway, the other three were nailed like him. But the only thing Yi Tianlong was angry about was that Han Fei was too cunning. If he hadn't been caught off guard by the boxing glove, he could have fought at least another 3,000 rounds. Well, this was what Yi Tianlong thought. He felt that the only one here who could compete with Han Fei was him. But he was tricked by Han Fei and couldn't fight well. Of course, psychological activities were just psychological activities. At this time, Yi Tianlong would definitely not go up to provoke them again. Otherwise, he would be beaten and captured again. Ha! Then he would really have no face. Of all the people, only the two women were threatening Han Fei. Yi Jejia bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Han Fei, don't let me catch you, or I will skin you, pull out your tendons, and stick you in the divine capital dynasty for 1,000 years. Yi Xianling gnashed her teeth. Han Fei, I'll remember you. Han Fei chuckled. Thank you for your concern. Then remember to come to me more often in the future. You'd better come together. The price is negotiable. Humph! The young man from the Tian clan snorted. Since you are the enemy of the Tian clan, do you dare to introduce yourself? Han Fei said lazily. The Tian clan only needs to know that my name is Han Fei. As for my family, you may not believe it. The Tian clan is not qualified to know. Arrogant. Now that these heavenly talents had been rescued, the powerhouses at the late stage of the star transformation realm were no longer afraid of Han Fei attacking the juniors of the Tian clan. Their tone became domineering. Shameless boy, if you don't dare to introduce yourself, just say it. Don't talk nonsense here. Han Fei sneered. I'm just telling the truth. Since you don't want to fight, then please. We will meet again in the wilderness, dead or alive. Han Fei turned around and, under the angry gazes of the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, walked towards the camp tomorrow. After Han Fei and the others walked away, the elders of the Tian clan scolded angrily. Bastard, don't think he can walk out of the divine capital dynasty alive. An elder said angrily, "We have so many resources, but they are giving them away. What a pity!" An elder said indifferently, "No matter which force he belongs to, I will not let him leave." But the young powerhouse said lightly, "What if he is from the Temple of Time?" In an instant, the elders all looked at this person with surprise in their eyes. Temple of Time? How is that possible? When did he show the great Tao of Time? Another heavenly talent from the Temple of Time came out to train. No wonder this kid is so fierce and domineering. It turns out that he really has a strong background. However, the young powerhouse said again, "I'm not sure. This kid has only used the great Tao of Time. In this world, there are many who can walk on the great Tao of Time, but not many can go far, even if he is from the Temple of Time. So what? The Temple of Time's trial has always been on their own. There has never been an exception, although killing them will incur the wrath of the Temple of Time. But this kid has not revealed his identity, and we don't know anything about it. So, you don't know anything about this matter." Suddenly, the elders nodded. No matter what happens next, the elders of the Tian clan will arrange the next things. Outside the camp, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu swaggered back, immediately attracting the attention of countless strong masters. Some people wanted to see what the so-called God clan was like. Some people wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of a mortal Han Fei was, and how could he escape unscathed in front of the strong masters of the heavenly clan. Someone murmured, "Look, he even walks with the wind. He must be a disciple of a certain God clan and a very strong one. Otherwise, why would the heavenly clan compromise?" Someone agreed. "Do I need you to say that? Robbing the heavenly clan. I have never seen such a ruthless person in my life." Someone sighed. Even the 6 late-stage stars of the heavenly clan couldn't stop this person. "I think he is most likely a superforce from another divine land. We can only admire him." Someone sighed. "I just want to know how many resources he has robbed." Feng Xingliu also asked the same question. "Did he really give all of them to you?" Han Fei asked, "Did he?" After a long silence, Feng Xingliu said, "Do I have a share?" Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu. "How many qualification tokens do you have?" Feng Xingliu said, 127. Han Fei asked, "How many resources do you have?" Feng Xingliu said, "About 340,000 kilometers in total." Han Fei put his arm around Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, "Xingliu, do you know how long it takes a normal person to earn so many resources?" Feng Xingliu was puzzled. "How long?" Han Fei raised his head, glanced at those who were looking at them, and said casually, "Maybe nearly 10,000 years." Feng Xingliu was shocked. "So long?" Han Fei said, "You are not an ordinary person. Of course you don't know. However, I did give you too little. How about this? I need resources now. You know I haven't turned into a star yet, but I can't take your share. Well, how about I teach you how to rob? Bah, I teach you how to make money? It's like tuition." Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. "Really?" Chapter 2301. Tomorrow's Camp. Han Fei was going to cultivate in seclusion here for a year. The camps in this area were protected by the divine capital dynasty, so it was equivalent to a safe zone. Han Fei knew that the heavenly race must have made all the preparations at this time, so he didn't plan to go out directly. As for how to deal with the heavenly race, he would think about it later. Anyway, with the 9-palace destiny ruler, Han Fei wasn't afraid. 21 days later, Han Fei looked extremely nervous because the 490,000 kilometers of the Origin Sea was about to be opened. Han Fei wondered if he would sense the feeling of turning into a star at this node. Unfortunately, Han Fei waited for a full day, and the Origin Sea had expanded to 490,000 kilometers. But he didn't sense the feeling of turning into a star at all. Feng Xingliu and the others didn't expect that Han Fei would expand the Origin Sea so fast, so they didn't know that Han Fei had already crossed 490,000 kilometers. After waiting for another 2 days, when Han Fei's origin C expanded to 500,000 kilometers, Han Fei still didn't feel the feeling of turning into a star. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how many kilometers his origin C turned into a star, it was still more than 500,000 kilometers. Even if it wasn't the feeling of turning into a star, it didn't mean anything. 3 months later, Han Fei was nervous again. This time his origin C was at a critical moment of expanding to 630,000 kilometers. He couldn't help but be nervous. The further he went, the greater the consumption of resources would be. However, Han Fei didn't panic. The resources he got from the heavenly race, the more resources he got from Black Shark, and the resources from the catastrophe these days, he actually had nearly one, for million kilometers. This amount of resources should theoretically be enough for Han Fei to completely open up the origin C. However, when he crazily opened up the origin C, he found another problem. There was more and more fog in the origin C, and it became more and more turbid. Han Fei knew very well why. It was because, although he had opened up the origin C, the resources he consumed were used to open up the origin C, and he still lacked a lot of resources to lay out the layout of the origin C. As a result, these 4 million kilometers of resources had to be used not only to open up the origin C, but also to lay out the layout of the origin C. From then on, when Han Fei completely opened up the origin C to 630,000 kilometers, he found that he had to spend a lot of resources to lay out the origin C. Theoretically speaking, the resources that could have been used to completely open up the origin C were now being depleted in such a manner. It took Han Fei another 2 months to make arrangements in the origin C, only to find that the consumption of resources was beyond his imagination. After careful calculation, he realized that the resources he had were only enough for him to expand to 700,000 kilometers of the origin C. However, Han Fei still breathed a sigh of relief, because 640,000 kilometers was the key. To be honest, he didn't want to see himself turn into a star at 640,000 miles, because this meant that he wasn't the most talented person. However, 810,000 kilometers of heavenly star transformation was only a legend in the sea realm. Furthermore, he had come from a small place like the chaotic, vast sea. Therefore, Han Fei hesitated for a moment. After checking again and making sure that the origin C was in good condition and hadn't become unstable because of crazy development, Han Fei was finally relieved. Right now, his heart was agitated and perturbed. Would he feel the opportunity to turn into a star at 640,000 kilometers? On the path of the heaven-opening realm, once he transformed into a star, his strength should be guaranteed. He should not have such an urgent need for resources in a short period of time. A few days later, it's 640,000 kilometers. Can you sense it? Han Fei went in and out of the origin C, but when the 640,000 kilometers was completely opened up, he still didn't sense the opportunity to turn into a star. F***CK. Am I the genius that should only exist in legends? Do I have to wait until 810,000 kilometers to turn into a star? Han Fei's mood was indescribable. Actually, he was excited. Anyway, no matter what, it was more than 640,000 kilometers, and his strength was not weak. On the other hand, he felt that he was poor again. All the resources robbed from the heavenly clan, plus all the resources robbed from Black Shark, plus all the resources he had, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Sure enough, another 2 months later, Han Fei ran out of resources. At this time, Han Fei's origin C had reached 700,000 kilometers, and his strength had also changed dramatically. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 103. Heaven opening soul awakening. C 10,000 family tree 200016. Chaotic energy 380. 000, Divine Soul 6292645, Perception Range 6. 5 million kilometers, power 622.9879 waves. First spiritual heritage, primordial vein. Second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 99. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 101. Main art, void stealing, level 9 of void fishing, emperor ultra quality. In general, Han Fei had no doubts about the enhancement of his soul power and strength. This was because his origin sea had expanded by 300,000 miles. Was it too much to enhance his strength and soul? Not at all, right? However, Han Fei really felt that he was very poor now. He finally understood why the strong masters of the sea realm wanted to explore the starting land. Because they needed to consume too many resources, and the process of turning into a star required too many resources. Most people died on this road, and this was only the first obstacle on the road to the heaven-opening realm. It could be seen how difficult it was to reach the heaven-opening realm. This also proved how difficult it was to reach the Tao-proving realm. At this time, Han Fei couldn't help but feel sorry for the Beast King, but he was also happy for the Beast King. It was a pity that the Beast King's origin sea was not very likely to be opened. He was happy that the Beast King had reached the Tao-proving realm. It was amazing. This talent must be first class in the sea realm. Now, Han Fei knew that he had to leave the tomorrow's camp. He had no resources, so of course he had to get more resources. Otherwise, his group of little brothers would be crying piteously for food, so poor that they wouldn't even have food to eat. Of course, before going, Han Fei had to do 2 more things. The first thing was that there were still more than 2 years before the Divine Capital Dynasty's grand competition of 10,000 years. And this year, it was the Void Temple's centennial gathering. The specific time should be in a few days. This was the fundamental reason why Han Fei had to wait in the tomorrow's camp for a year. 2 days later, Han Fei received a message from eldest senior brother, so he came to the Void Temple through the Bronze Gate. As soon as Han Fei came in, the others also arrived one after another. Obviously, everyone should have been waiting for the time of the gathering. As soon as eldest senior brother notified them, they would come immediately. At this moment, eldest senior brother had already sat cross-legged, and senior sister Kagura landed directly on eldest senior brother's arm. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he hurriedly said, "Greetings, eldest senior brother, senior sister Kagura." Senior sister Kagura smiled faintly. "Junior brother, I heard that you are very powerful now. You can already defeat a late-stage star transformation realm master? Your growth speed is really a bit too fast. Remember not to be too hasty." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Kagura. I have been honing myself in the wilderness and fighting fiercely every day. Now my foundation is not bad. I can only fight against a late-stage star transformation realm master for the time being, but not for long." "Well, that's not bad. It has only been 400 years since you opened the sky, but you can already fight against a late-stage star transformation realm master. It seems that eldest senior brother was right about you." Han Fei looked back, saw the big skeleton like a mountain, and saluted. "Greetings, senior brother undead." Burp, ah. At this time, on the mountain behind him, Tian Huangya seemed to have just taken a sip of wine. Hearing Han Fei's words, he immediately said, "Hey, junior brother, you're good. I've always been optimistic about you. Hey, have you been drinking recently?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but not too much." Fifth senior brother exclaimed, "Oh, it seems that you haven't inherited my ability to drink." Han Fei nodded. "Of course, senior brother. I'm afraid I can't enjoy your ability, but I'm very good at cooking, and it goes well with wine. It's a rare enjoyment in the world. If I meet you in the future, I will definitely get drunk." Ha ha ha. Fifth senior brother laughed. Okay. Oh, I didn't expect junior brother to be so good at cooking. If what I said is true, then I'm afraid you will not only get drunk. At this time, Azure Dragon rose into the sky. Senior brother Azure Dragon came and snorted. Old Five, be serious. Little junior brother, have you improved in terms of speed? Han Fei said, Senior brother Azure Dragon, my normal speed can now be 4 times the speed of light. If I borrow the power of heaven and earth, I can reach more than 5 times. Oh, Senior brother Azure Dragon couldn't help but say, Junior brother, you can already borrow the power of heaven and earth? It seems that your foundation has been much more stable. Han Fei nodded. Thank you for your concern, Senior brother Azure Dragon. My foundation has been stable. Logically speaking, it had only been 50 years, and Han Fei's foundation shouldn't have been stable. However, everyone had their own luck. Han Fei's foundation had been stable, indicating that he had experienced a lot in the past 50 years. At this time, the others arrived one after another. Han Fei said, Greetings, Senior Sister Qinglian, Senior Sister Honglian, Senior Sister. As soon as Feng Yu appeared, she said, Junior brother, thank you for helping me save the 2 boys at home. By the way, have they caused any trouble recently? Han Fei frowned. They didn't cause any trouble, but I did. Does this count? So Han Fei smiled. Me. Haha, no. Feng Yu nodded. That's good. Take them to the divine capital dynasty. Don't cause trouble for them. If you are free, please take them to me. This is the first time they have been so far away from home. I guess someone will go there to protect their safety. I don't know when exactly they will arrive. Just keep an eye on them. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Han Fei thought that he couldn't hide the fact that he had provoked the Heavenly Clan. Just because he was familiar with Feng Yu didn't mean he was familiar with the people of the Phoenix Clan. Forget it. Let's wait for Feng Yu to arrive. With his current relationship with Feng Xingliu, the strong people of the Phoenix Clan shouldn't do anything to him. At most, he would return the favor. Okay, since you're here, let's continue after class. Hearing eldest senior brother's words, everyone immediately shut up, found a comfortable position, and began to listen to the class. Everyone was very fond of the eldest senior brother's lectures. Every small gathering was just a small lesson. But this was a centennial gathering, and it was a big class. Attending a big class was bound to benefit a lot. At least for Han Fei, who hadn't turned into a star yet, he had a lot to make up for. So he had to attend a big class. At this time, eldest senior brother said, Heavenly Tao, Star, Path. This time, Han Fei inexplicably felt that some words in eldest senior brother's voice seemed to form an invisible force that drilled into his body. He didn't know if it was because he had become stronger. Although it wasn't obvious, it seemed that he had comprehended something. But Han Fei didn't know exactly what he had comprehended. But he felt that what eldest senior brother was talking about this time seemed to be related to the great Tao and the road to Venerable Emperor. Chapter 2302. When Han Fei woke up, he didn't feel any special improvement. Although he felt that he understood something this time, he also felt that he didn't hear anything. After the class, when everyone came back to their senses, Feng Yu suddenly said, Thank you, senior brother, for your teaching. I've reached a perfect state of mind, and my Tao is clear. At this time, senior brother Azure Dragon said, Congratulations, 11. There's hope for you to prove your Tao. Congratulations, 11. There's hope for you to prove your Tao. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. So, eldest senior brother's lesson might be specially for Feng Yu. Although he said that there was a possibility of Tao validation, it definitely did not mean that Feng Yu had the possibility of Tao validation. It was a euphemism that Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao. Han Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. Good heavens! Feng Yu and Feng Xingliu were the same age, which meant she had been cultivating for 1,800 years. And now, this sentence seemed to indicate Feng Yu's current strength. Peak of the Star Transformation Realm? Han Fei suddenly became solemn. It seemed that Feng Yu was even more talented than him. Because he had the demon purification pot, he could accelerate time when he cultivated, but Feng Yu didn't. She only had 1,800 years. The only advantage she had over him was that she had awakened her divine heritage at birth. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Before he entered the Void Temple, Feng Yu ranked last. Now, Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao, which meant she could become an emperor at any time. This also meant that everyone in the Void Temple, except for Feng Yu and himself, were venerable sovereigns. Although Han Fei had guessed this before, he only guessed that the fifth senior brother or senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus were the venerable emperors, and they might not be emperors after that. But now it seemed that he was the only one who hadn't become an emperor yet. Han Fei was shocked. No wonder the Void Temple could be ranked as the strongest among the 3 temples. There were only about 10 people in total, and almost all of them were emperors. The eldest senior brother was also a venerable sovereign who was beyond common sense. His fighting prowess couldn't help but marvel at the strong people of the Sea Realm. Han Fei even felt that senior brother, senior sister Kagura, and senior brother Spectre were all horrifying. Han Fei didn't think so before, thinking that venerable emperors should be as powerful as his eldest senior brother. However, after meeting Gu Tingnan, Emperor Wanlin, and the clan's 2 emperors, he understood that there was a difference between venerable sovereigns. Eldest senior brother could cross the endless void and directly arrive at the chaotic Azure Sea. However, none of Gu Tingnan's group could do it. They didn't even know where the chaotic Azure Sea was. Even if the Yin family managed to sneak into the depths of the chaotic Azure Sea, they were unable to enter. Therefore, Han Fei had long discovered that the 2 emperors of the Yin family shouldn't be on the same level as eldest senior brother. It was a pity that he hadn't proved his way yet and knew too little about venerable sovereigns. It was meaningless to think about these things now. His top priority was to turn into a star. To others, perhaps turning into a star wasn't very difficult, especially to Feng Xingliu and Feng Yu, who were descendants of the god race. With their level of talent, they should be able to take whatever resources they wanted from their families. However, as a rogue cultivator, perhaps the difficulty of obtaining resources was beyond imagination. He had to rob, cheat, and abduct, but the resources he obtained were still not enough. Fortunately, he still had a batch of qualification tokens, which added up to about 120. He didn't know how much he could sell them for. At this time, the lesson was over. When everyone congratulated Feng Yu, eldest senior brother said, "There's no need to force yourself to prove your way. 11, you've already understood it. It may be tomorrow, or it may be in 100 years. Before you prove your way, you can find some rare treasures and wait for the Emperor Tribulation." Feng Yu cupped her hands. "Thank you for reminding me, eldest senior brother." At this time, senior sister Kagura threw out a green feather, which flew through the endless void to Feng Yu. Senior sister Kagura said, 11, a feather that covers the sky can block an Emperor Tribulation. Take it. Feng Yu smiled sweetly. "Thank you, senior sister Kagura." Seeing this, Han Fei swallowed hard. Good heavens, everyone is giving treasures. It's time to give treasures. Should I give them to them? But I'm very poor. All the good things on me have been taken away. What can I do if I can't afford them? Then, senior brother Undead gave him a weird mist, saying that it could also block an Emperor Tribulation. Senior brother Azure Dragon gave him a scale, which also had the same effect. Fifth senior brother gave him an ultra-quality divine weapon, which was a piece of human skin made of the venerable Emperor Silkworm, which could filter the Emperor Tribulation. The world of Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus seemed to be very proficient in natural spiritual treasures and divine herbs. He gave her 2 red lotuses, saying that they could absorb the Emperor Tribulation, enhance the physical resistance, and solidify the soul. When it came to senior sister Dark Shadow, she said, Little junior sister, I don't have any good things here. I'll give you more when I have them. Foam, you quickly waved her hand. No, no. Senior Sister Dark Shadow, you're welcome. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said no. I can't refuse what others have given me. Then, Senior Brother Six God said, Junior Sister Foam, I have a substitute egg here. If you put it into your body, you can transform into your original body. When necessary, you can die for me once. Shoot. Han Fei was shocked. At the edge of the Tao Proving Realm, it was not easy to die for someone else. It was equivalent to a life. Han Fei was shocked. These people are so rich. I wonder what they will give me when I am ready to prove my Tao in the future. Then, Senior Brother Lei Hing said, Junior Sister Feng Yu, my things may be a bit uncomfortable. I'll give you a refined Emperor-level Thunder Plate, which contains 3,000 Emperor-level Thunderbolts. If you use it to temper your body, it may help you improve your strength by about 10%. F*CK, you have this? Han Fei's eyes widened. You can improve my strength by 10%? Are you serious, 10th Senior Brother? Feng Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Senior Brother Lei Hung. This time it was Han Fei's turn. Han Fei said cheekily, Senior Sister Feng Yu, before Han Fei finished speaking, he heard 5th Senior Brother laugh and say, Little Junior Brother, forget it. You haven't turned into a star yet. So don't think about things related to the Emperor Tribulation. Just focus on getting resources and turning into a star. Han Fei immediately felt uncomfortable. He said, That won't do. Everyone is giving it to me. Why can't I? Senior Sister Feng Yu, I owe you. I'll definitely give you a big gift later. Regardless of whether it would work or not, Han Fei bragged first. Most importantly, everyone had given him a gift. If he didn't do anything, it would be too embarrassing. Even if he was the little junior brother, he was still a member of the Void Temple. How could he just forget it? Feng Yu said, Little junior brother, you have already done me a big favor by saving my 2 brats from a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. You need a lot of resources to turn into a star. Your foundation in the sea realm is not stable yet, and you don't have a big force to support you. It's more important to turn into a star first. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, Little junior brother can already face a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? Senior Brother Lei Hung said, Oh, this growth speed is too fast. For 100 years? Senior Brother Six God said, You can fight a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator when you haven't turned into a star yet. Little junior brother, you have a lot of opportunities. Han Fei smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said that he was ashamed. In any case, he would have one more thing to do when he returned, which was to find treasures. After the treasure-giving session, it was time to discuss practical matters. Senior Sister Kagura, Senior Brother Undead, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, and 5th Senior Brother all said that they had nothing to say. In fact, Senior Sister Kagura, Senior Brother Undead, and 5th Senior Brother never said anything in the current affairs discussion. Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus seemed to be in a special place, so they usually didn't participate in practical matters discussions. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, On the divine North Sea side, the army of the immortals is showing signs of collapse. At present, the army of the immortals has begun to press towards the border of the divine East Sea. The war in the heavenly pit on the divine East Seas, heavenly pit, may be difficult in the next few 100 years. Senior Brother Six Gods added, I personally participated in this battle. There's another main reason why the army of the divine North Seas, divine East Seas army is temporarily relieved. It seemed that Senior Sister Dark Shadow and Senior Brother Six Gods were both on the divine North Sea. Senior Brother Lei Hing said, Well, I have something to tell you. According to the latest news, the Emperor Sparrow has confirmed its return. It appeared in a place called God's Ruins in the wilderness on the divine East Sea's divine East Sea. This is the first time that the Emperor Sparrow has appeared in the past 1,000,000 years. What we know now is that the Emperor Sparrow is temporarily in the heaven-opening state and isn't very strong. After that, senior brother Lei Hung looked at Han Fei and Feng Wu and said, 11, junior brother, you're both on the divine East Sea's divine East Sea now. But I think that with the Emperor Sparrow's identity, it probably won't go to the divine capital dynasty. It should still be in the wilderness, so it won't be a big problem for the time being. Hearing this news, Han Fei's head buzzed. Senior brother Lei Hung, how do you know that the Emperor Sparrow has appeared in God's ruins? Han Fei was shocked. He was sure that he hadn't exposed the Emperor Sparrow during the whole battle. Even when he fused with it, he just fused with it directly. It couldn't be a member of the Heavenly Clan. If senior brother Lei Hung was a member of the Heavenly Clan, he should have known Han Fei's identity, and the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast. If it wasn't Lei Hung, then what about the Ghost Strait? The Ghost Strait was good at the Divine Soul Dao, so it wasn't as good as senior brother Lei Hung. Moreover, even the 3 heaven-opening states of the Heavenly Clan didn't know. So how could an old man in the Ghost Strait know? He was intercepted by the blood demons at that time and was very far away. He shouldn't have sensed the specific situation on his side. Therefore, in the end, Han Fei confirmed a fact. Senior brother Lei Hung was from the Divine Beast Clan. When he left the God's Ruins, the Emperor Sparrow also sensed something. He said that he sensed the aura of a divine beast. Chapter 2303. The only thing Han Fei didn't know was the attitude of the divine beasts toward the Emperor Sparrow. But judging from senior brother Lei Hung's tone, he seemed to be very scared of the Emperor Sparrow, which might have shaped the relationship between the 2 sides. Han Fei wanted to ask something, but he didn't after thinking for a while. At this point in time, both he and the Emperor Sparrow's abilities were neither strong nor weak. When facing a real strong master, the 2 of them together wouldn't be able to defeat him. Han Fei could only say that no matter what happened in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he wouldn't let the Emperor Sparrow show up again. Senior brother Lei Hung said that the Emperor Sparrow didn't dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, which meant that someone in the Divine Capital Dynasty could find the Emperor Sparrow. In the end, Feng Yu asked, little junior brother, did anything big happen in the Divine Capital Dynasty recently? Han Fei didn't plan to tell Feng Yu. Besides, if he told her that he fought with the Heavenly Clan, Han Fei wasn't sure if it would be traced back to the God's Ruins. So, Han Fei shook his head like a rattle. It's fine. Nothing happened. I'm fine. Feng Yu didn't doubt him and nodded slightly. That's good. I guess it'll be there in less than 2 years. By then, I'll fight with you in the 10,000-year competition. Han Fei laughed. Ha, ha, ha. The centennial gathering ended with a gift-giving session and a messy discussion. Han Fei kept the Emperor Sparrow's secret well. However, he had accidentally told Feng Xing Lu and Feng Qing Cheng about the enmity between him and the Sky Clan. Feng Xing Lu was easy to deal with. He had probably forgotten about it. As for Feng Qing Cheng, she was a smart girl, but she was still dressed as an ugly girl and hadn't changed back to her original self. The little girl was smart, but Feng Yu wouldn't tell them about the Emperor Sparrow's birth, would she? Even if she did, even if Feng Yu knew that he had been to the God's Ruins, there was no evidence to prove the relationship between him and the Emperor Sparrow. After all, the Emperor Sparrow was never someone else's spiritual beast. Han Fei didn't think it would be a big problem. After leaving the Void Temple, he took a long breath. I'm poor. The old turtle had eaten a lot of energy crystals recently and was half asleep. Most of the time, it was digesting the energy crystals. Fortunately, time was accelerated in his origin sea. Otherwise, who knew how long this fellow would take to digest? He had just woken up. Hearing Han Fei's words, he couldn't help but complain, "You're not poor. I've never seen anyone with a sea of origin as vast as yours. What do you know? I'm so poor right now that I don't even have the resources to turn into a star. You call this not poor?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. Forget it. I need to think about something now. Also, you should eat less of those energy crystals. It's easy to eat, but hard to digest. The old turtle said, I'm very careful when I eat. Han Fei didn't leave the Star Ocean. After thinking for a long time, he realized that it was not enough to rely on the Void Temple and the Phoenix God clan to back him up for the time being. Han Fei felt that he didn't have a backer. For example, Feng Yu was from the Phoenix God clan, Lei Heng was from the Divine Beast clan. Senior brother Six Gods should be an emperor of the Insect clan, and senior sister Dark Shadow didn't reveal her identity. But she must have a force behind her since she knew the details of the undead army in the Divine North Sea. As for the other senior brothers and sisters, they were all powerful emperors. It didn't matter if they had a backer or not. Han Fei was the only one who relied on bragging all the way. If he bragged too much, he would have to use the Void Temple as his trump card. But the others were different. Even if they bragged as much as he did, they would still have the force behind them as a shield. Han Fei was thinking hard. For example, how to borrow the Void Temple for a long time. For example, whether he should let Gu Tingnan be the force behind him. But he was a human emperor, and Gu Tingnan was his competitor. Also, could he borrow the strength of the 10,000 Scales Emperor? But the chaotic wasteland was far away. Besides, it was so remote that the heavenly race might not consider the 10,000 Scales race an opponent. Son of a bitch, if I become a god, I'll have thousands of disciples and let them show off every day. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. He took a deep breath. A god? Han Fei swallowed slightly. Strictly speaking, he did seem to know one, and he had talked to him before. This person was the god of war. Although the old turtle said the god of war was only a venerable emperor. However, even a venerable sovereign who had survived the battle of gods and could send a divine word decree from a great distance couldn't be a simple character. Yes, the god of war. Oh, how could I have forgotten about him so early in the morning? A moment later, Han Fei appeared in the Origin Sea. With a thought, a god of war altar appeared. This was the most primitive god of war altar, which belonged to the war giants. Although it had been a long time, Han Fei had a deep memory of it. It wasn't a big problem to rebuild it. Above the Star Ocean, the altar was in the sky. In front of the altar, bonfires were everywhere. Han Fei created 100 projections with the void arrival technique, which surrounded the bonfires. Every projection put a finger between their eyebrows, leaned forward, and raised their necks. Above the bonfires, barbecued boats, sea expansion realm corpses, and a large number of resources were placed on them. After everything was ready, Han Fei pondered for a while, stood on the altar, and shouted, I'm going to kill you. The great god of war, the faith of the war, giants the eyes of the earth, the ancient waves in the boundless wilderness of the sea realm under the sincere expectation of the current human emperor. I pray that the giants will never die. I pray that the beast clan will find a safe place. 3 Pray that all the sea monsters will be killed. IV pray that I, Han Fei, can prove my Tao. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your brilliance be eternal. Please give me the oracle. Hoop on the altar. A curtain of fire rose into the sky. After waiting for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Han Fei thought that this sacrifice might be ineffective, because normally he was the only one sacrificing. If the number was not right, the environment might not be right. However, from the 3rd second onward, Han Fei found that the resources placed on the bonfire were slowly melting and finally disappeared, which made him widen his eyes. He had never seen this before. In the past, the things on these bonfires were used for eating, and the things on the altar were used for sacrifices. When Han Fei looked back, he found that the sacrifices prepared on the altar, that is, the sea expansion realm sea beasts and energy crystals prepared by Han Fei, were all gone. F*CK. Han Fei's heart shook. When he looked at the fire curtain again, he saw that there were more and more words appearing. It said, without the barrier of the small world, it is much easier to send the oracle. You actually came to the sea realm? Why did you make a bunch of projection sacrifices? Who are you trying to disgust? Wow, Han Fei was shocked. Good heavens! This time the god of war looked quite spirited. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior god of war." However, before Han Fei finished speaking, 7 words appeared on the fire curtain. Write and say it. I can't hear you. Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, how do you know I'm talking? But he didn't think too much. He hurriedly reached out and rode in the air, his movement smooth as flowing water. Senior god of war, I have saved the beasts. Now I am the human emperor, and I go to the sea realm alone. The human race is suppressed by Emperor Wan Lin in the chaotic wasteland, and the 2 emperors of the Yin family in the primitive city are trying to find the chaotic sea. I am the human emperor, and I go to the divine East Ocean alone to participate in the 10,000-year competition. The journey is difficult, fighting divine beasts and attacking the heavenly clan. However, I am just an independent cultivator. I fight recklessly and rob resources. Now I have become a mortal enemy of the heavenly clan. Please support me, Senior God of War. Although he didn't know which god the God of War belonged to, he knew that the God of War was a human, at least a humanoid. Besides, there must be a reason why the inheritance of the God of War was in the chaotic sea. Han Fei suspected that the God of War came from the chaotic sea. Anyway, since he had found the God of War, he naturally had to ask for support. However, after a few seconds of silence, a line of words appeared on the fire curtain. I feel that you are bragging. Han Fei quickly responded, Senior God of War, I am not bragging at all. I have cultivated for 400 years and haven't turned into a star yet, but I can fight a late-stage star. I don't usually tell others about such trivial things. I feel that I can reach 810,000 kilometers, but I don't have the resources. The God of War, how big is your origin sea? Han Fei, 700,000 kilometers. It's very solid and has a solid foundation. I haven't turned into a star yet. What Han Fei didn't know was that somewhere in the depths of the universe, someone was shocked. Shoot, the human race finally has a peerless heavenly talent. Above the fire curtain, the God of War, it's too far away from you. I grant you the mark of the God of War. From now on, every time you sacrifice a heaven-opening state creature, you can get the power of the God of War for 1 to 10 seconds. Activating the mark of the God of War will temporarily give you the strongest combat power that your body can bear, as well as the foundation of the God of War. Han Fei didn't look very happy, but frowned slightly. He quickly responded, Senior God of War, I can't even bear my strongest battle at the moment. My golden jade bone has been formed, and I haven't refined much golden jade marrow. My yang soul has been cultivated, but I still can't bear my strongest combat power. What? In the depths of the star sea, a big planet trembled and moved. Then, the God of War's message came again. First turn into a star, shape the earth veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then temper your body. Before that, stay low. Han Fei. Han Fei thought he had found a backer, but it turned out that the backer told him to stay low. Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, what do you mean? However, this time, what responded to Han Fei was an exquisite double axe mark. This mark directly sank into Han Fei's chest. The next moment, he suddenly had a lot of enlightenment. Oh, I see. Chapter 2304. Although Han Fei hadn't turned into a star yet, from this war god seal, he realized the reason why his body cultivation improved by leaps and bounds after turning into a star. Han Fei even directly comprehended the direction of his physical cultivation after turning into a star. What the war god said was to make the entire origin star into a connected earth vein, just like the human body. Then a star core would be born and the entire earth vein would be controlled, which was equivalent to the emergence of a central nervous system. Injecting vitality was to revitalize this origin star, which was equivalent to the birth of an origin star. Finally, the body cultivation would be even more terrifying. The war god actually wanted him to connect his body with the origin sea. Han Fei was appalled. If the origin star was melted with his body would be like a star that had been melted with his body. Besides, from the war god seal, he learned that this was not a unique method created by the war god, but the path of body cultivation. Or rather, this path was suitable for everyone. The difference was that if the body was not strong enough, it couldn't bear the power of the origin star at all, so there was no way to completely integrate with the origin star, and the final burst of power would naturally be insufficient. It was like two people had opened up a 300,000-kilometer origin sea at the same time. One of them had a physique of 1, and the other had a physique of 2. The strength that the origin sea could provide was both 1. So the final strength of the first person was 2, and the final strength of the second person was 3. The reason was so simple, but after Han Fei realized it, he was slightly taken aback. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. If this was the case, then the basic physique was the key to the gap between them. But how big could the gap between the basic physiques be? It didn't make sense. Where did the so-called leaps and bounds in a day come from? Han Fei immediately sent a message to the war god. Senior war god, I have some doubts. The gap between the basic physiques shouldn't be so huge, even if I reach the late stage of the star transformation realm. Is it possible that the body cultivation after turning into a star depends on the size of the origin sea? The war god replied, Don't make wild guesses before you reach that realm. Listening to what you said, it seems that you can't use the war god seal for the time being. Then you've offended someone again, so all you can do now is to hide. Han Fei almost wanted to roll his eyes. What the hell was that supposed to mean? As soon as I left the Tomorrow camp, I announced the start of the battle with the heavenly race, okay? Han Fei quickly recovered. Senior war god, is there anything you can help me with now? I estimate that we will be hunted down by many late-stage celestial transformation cultivators, and even some at the full circle celestial transformation realm. God of War, then run. Find someone who can help you. I'm just a remnant. How can I have the strength to help you? If you have a way to contact the ancient tribes of the West Sea Divine Continent, you can use the Battle God Seal to ask for help. West Sea Divine Prefecture, ancient tribe of the Wildlands. Han Fei suddenly felt that he had an organization, but this organization was too far away. He was in the East Sea Divine Land, far away from the West Sea Divine Land. How could he go there? Senior God of War, do you have any other instructions? God of War, when are you coming to Galaxy? Come to the Sea of Stars? Han Fei was taken aback. Why would I go to the Star Ocean? Although he could now stay in the Star Sea for a long time, he would sooner or later pass out in the Star Sea. Han Fei responded, Senior God of War, the human race is in danger, and I have 3 emperors to eliminate. I'm afraid I don't have time to go to the Star Ocean for the time being. Fire Curtain was obviously taken aback. No, you can save people, but you haven't turned into a star yet. Why do you want to eliminate emperors? Han Fei felt that the God of War seemed to have nothing to do now and was just chatting with him. He couldn't help but think of what the Giant King said. He said that he could chat with the God of War. Han Fei didn't believe it before, but now he believed it. He had been chatting with him for a while. But Han Fei was not in a hurry. Even if the God of War was not a true god, he must be a super powerful emperor. There was no harm in chatting with him. Han Fei, Senior God of War, the 10,000 scale clan enslaved billions of humans. How can I spare them? The 2 emperors of the infamily conspired against the chaotic ocean and hunted down my wife. I can't spare them. And the Heavenly Clan, they tried to kill me several times. Such a big clan has been a disaster to the ocean realm for tens of thousands of years. How can I spare them when I have the chance? The God of War felt his head hurt. You haven't turned into a star yet. So why are you worrying about me? The ocean realm is so big. There are so many things to do. Can you manage them all? But the growth of a peerless heavenly talent had no rules to follow. Han Fei had to walk his own path. The god of war could only try not to interfere if he could. Otherwise, if he spoiled Han Fei's path, the gains would not make up for the losses. However, the god of war felt that it was natural for Han Fei to be hunted down. That's how you are. It would be strange if you weren't hunted down. The god of war replied, "By the way, if you have the chance, prepare some powerful creatures or resources in the Source Sea. A pioneer sea realm and ordinary resources can only maintain the conversation for a short time. It would be better if you can sacrifice some pioneer sea realm creatures. Before you turn into a star, you'd better take care of yourself. I can't help you." Han Fei. After saying that, the fire curtain disappeared with a whoosh and was immediately extinguished. "Phew, did I chat with you?" Han Fei pulled open his clothes, wanting to see where the marks of the 2 axes were. As a result, as soon as the clothes were lifted, he immediately exclaimed, "Holy *T! Then he saw 2 exquisite axes. They were dark red in color, and their battle intent soared to the sky. But why the *CK was the logo so big? If it was just an inch-sized mark, it would have been fine. However, the war god mark was like a tattoo on his chest, one on the left and one on the right side of his chest. People who didn't know better would think that he was from the Axe Gang. Huff. Turn into a star first, shape the earth veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then refine the body. Han Fei remembered this sentence. In fact, over the years, he had thought about finding a body refining technique stronger than the void body refining technique. However, in the past 400 years, his growth was too fast, so fast that he had been digesting his power and consolidating his foundation for almost 400 years. Including now, under many coincidences, he had just consolidated his foundation. He didn't have time to refine his body and soul. After listening to the god of war's words, Han Fei felt that there was actually no need to study all his cultivation techniques now. There was only one thing he lacked now, and that was resources. All the resources he needed to complete the star conversion were not even enough to capture Tianlong and the others again. Quickly taking the altar back to the Origin Sea, Han Fei returned to the outside world with a thought. In the past year, Feng Qingqing had been crazily absorbing the knowledge of the outside world in the Tomorrow Camp, observing the world from all kinds of information, intelligence, and events. And Feng Xingliu had been eating all year round, swaggering through the streets of the Tomorrow Camp. Everyone flattered him when he walked on the road, which made him very happy. "Come back." Han Fei's voice entered Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu's ears. Hearing this, the 2 quickly returned to the yard they rented. The next second after Han Fei spoke, Feng Xingliu had already arrived. She said in surprise, "You've been in seclusion for so long? It's been less than a year and you've already come out?" Han Fei said, "It's useless to waste time in seclusion. I've done what I should do. Let's go." Feng Qingqing asked, "Brother Han Fei, aren't we waiting for sister? You've fallen out with the heavenly race this time. They must have made preparations, right? Will they let you take so many resources for free?" Han Fei grinned. "How much have you learned about the outside world in the past year?" Feng Qingqing said, "I've gained a lot. I only need to spend some resources to get all kinds of intelligence, and I've learned more about the heavenly race. As far as I know, the heavenly race is actually close to the divine capital dynasty. People of the heavenly race often go there. Throughout history, the heavenly race's power in the divine land of the East Ocean is beyond my imagination. There are 5 emperor-level experts in the race. So, the heavenly race will definitely attack us if Brother Han Fei doesn't reveal your identity." "How many?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. "What do you mean there are 5 of them? Does it mean there are more than 5? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, how many emperors does the Void Temple have? And the heavenly race has as many as 5 of them? Feng Qingqing said, "But in such an ancient race, there can't be only experts on the surface. Just like our Phoenix divine race, there are also many hidden ancestral patriarchs. The most direct way is to double the number of ancestral patriarchs. Han Fei's heart sank. Our emperor's worthless now. Feng Qingqing blinked and said, Brother Han Fei, don't be surprised. Emperors can live for millions of years. There can't be only a few. Huh. Han Fei was about to ask what she meant by more than a few. Did it mean that there should be many emperors in such a long time? But then Han Fei was taken aback. It did make sense. In the sea realm, even if it was difficult for emperors to appear, it was not too much for each region to have one every 100,000 years, right? In this way, 10 in a million years, 110 million years. One sea realm, 5 divine lands, so many forces, there should be at least tens of thousands of emperors in such a long time, right? Han Fei had suspected this before. He thought it was because it was difficult to prove the way, but no one discussed it at that time. Now Feng Qingqing said it so bluntly, which meant there must be a secret behind it. Han Fei thought to himself, did this girl see through my disguise as a superpower? Han Fei thought for a moment. Since there couldn't be so few emperors in the superpowers, where were they? The answer was obvious. The Star Sea. Chapter 2305. According to the information Han Fei got from Chu Hao, venerable emperors would travel in the Star Ocean because there were enough resources and star beasts in the Star Ocean, which was a suitable training ground for venerable emperors. Now, Han Fei felt that the sea realm was far away and he couldn't even cross the 5 divine realms by himself. But when he reached the venerable emperor realm, his pursuit would be different. Han Fei didn't ask Feng Qingqing but said, if we wait here knowing that the heavenly race will attack us, won't it look like we're scared? Feng Qingqing said, so, Brother Han Fei, are you going to reveal your identity? If there are 2 divine clans, the heavenly race will be intimidated. Feng Xingliu said, my family can intimidate them too. Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes. Shut up. Han Fei suddenly had an idea and smiled. It's useless. The West Sea Divine Realm is too far away. The heavenly race won't be afraid even if I reveal my identity. The West Sea Divine Realm? Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu were both surprised. Although Feng Qingqing had guessed it, she didn't expect that Han Fei was really from the West Sea Divine Realm. How could he run from the West Sea Divine Realm to the East Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei said, okay, let's go. Qingqing, enter the Origin Sea. If the heavenly race doesn't send 3 to 5-star transformation realm masters, they won't be able to stop me. We'll see. Maybe this will be another battle to capture captives. Feng Xingliu said, even star transformation realm masters can come? We can't beat them. Han Fei asked, how many star transformation realm masters are there in the Phoenix clan within 30,000 years? Feng Qingqing replied, of course it's not a lot, but I can definitely find a few dozen of them. Dozens? Han Fei was speechless. It seemed that the number of heavenly talents was more than he thought. 30,000 years was not long, but it was not short either. Those who could reach the star transformation realm in this time could be called heavenly talents. If dozens of them came, he might not be able to beat them or escape. If so, he might have to wait for Feng Yu. After all, Feng Yu had reached the peak. Thinking of peak star transformation realm masters, Han Fei asked, how many peak star transformation realm masters are there in the Phoenix clan? Feng Qingqing said, of course not. There is a high chance that a star transformation great perfection cultivator within 30,000 years can become a venerable sovereign. There was nothing to hide. There were only 2 of them in the entire Phoenix God clan. If my sister can do it, it will be 3. Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking to himself, your sister is already a perfectionist. But now, Han Fei was a little hesitant. The Tian clan must know that he could steal power, so if they really wanted to make a move on him, it would be impossible for them to send only 3 late-stage star condensation cultivators. Han Fei guessed that there were at least 5 of them. However, if a celestial transformation, grand completion, cultivator got involved, the situation would become even more confusing. Although reaching the grand circle of the celestial transformation realm did not make any sense to participate in the great meet of 10,000 years, but reaching the grand circle of the celestial transformation realm within 30,000 years, they could still participate. Although he had the 9 palaces ruler of fortune, once he was deep in the wilderness, even if he ran at full speed, he wouldn't be able to reach the Shin Du dynasty in a day. If the 9 palaces ruler of providence detected a desperate situation during this period of time, the consequences would naturally be unpredictable. Even though Han Fei felt that they might not be able to find him in the vast wilderness, Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Well, if anything happens, I will tell you in advance. Don't you have the venerable sovereign jade slip? Just crush it and let it help you get out of the battle and go directly to the Shen Du dynasty." "What about you?" Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing asked at the same time. Although using the venerable sovereign jade slip was not cheating as long as it was not used to kill the enemy. But if they could predict the danger in advance, why didn't they take them with them? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. "I have my own path. The rise of the strong is never afraid of hardships and dangers, even when they are in a desperate situation." "Well said. I'll go with you." Feng Xingliu was greatly encouraged. He thought for a moment. If he were to face so many late-stage star transformation cultivators, he would definitely admit defeat. There was no way he could run away. Han Fei slapped him. "Go with me? I can run away, but can you?" Feng Xingliu shook his head. "No, but how can you run away?" Han Fei scoffed. "Humph, because I have many trump cards." "Huh." Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu on the shoulder and then looked at Feng Qingqing. "After we go back, let him go out to experience more. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue talking to him." Feng Xingliu was immediately enraged. "Hey, what do you mean? I suspect you are looking down on me." Han Fei said, No, you are very excellent. You're very outstanding. I said you can leave when you encounter danger. I didn't say you can leave directly." Feng Qingqing said, "Brother Han Fei, I'm very curious about how you foresee danger. Do you have a prophecy technique that can reach the heaven-opening state or even the emperor realm?" Han Fei didn't hide it. He flipped his hand and took out the 9-palace ruler of destiny. In the sea realm, although the human holy artifact was still very powerful, it was not as powerful as he imagined. Sometimes he would encounter danger when he was supposed to. Even if he had the 9-palace ruler of destiny, the probability of changing his luck was not high. He had tried this a long time ago. If he was in a desperate situation, it would be impossible for Han Fei to change his luck now. If he wasn't in a desperate situation, it would be easier, but it was too difficult. Maybe because his strength was too high now, the 9-palace ruler of destiny couldn't change his current luck anymore. The 9-palace ruler of destiny wandered around and soon hovered between a desperate situation and a great danger. Feng Qingqing's eyes immediately glittered. A functional divine artifact? That was very rare. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "You have another holy artifact." Feng Qingqing asked, "A holy artifact?" Feng Xingliu said, "Han Fei told me that he has a compass that he can point to." Feng Qingqing was a little confused. She could tell that Han Fei didn't seem to know much about the big clans. Even though the force behind Han Fei was in the West Sea Divine Land, Han Fei should know a lot of things with his identity. But Han Fei didn't seem to know anything, unless Han Fei was the same kind of person as Feng Xingliu. But Han Fei wasn't. He was much smarter than Feng Xingliu, so Feng Qingqing found Han Fei's identity a little strange and was very curious about it. With a thought, Han Fei injected a large amount of immortal spiritual energy into the 9-palace ruler of destiny and managed to move it closer to a great danger. but the ruler still occasionally touched a desperate situation. After injecting 10,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy, the ruler finally landed on a great danger hexagram. But the ruler was very close to a desperate situation, as if it could slide to a desperate situation at any time. Han Fei said, "This thing can measure the crisis today. A desperate situation is the most dangerous one. A great danger means that something bad will happen if you're not careful." Feng Xingliu immediately widened her eyes and said, "Then isn't it too close to a desperate situation now?" Han Fei said with a smile, "It's close, but it's not a desperate situation yet." "Well, it seems that experts of the heavenly clans are already guarding the camp tomorrow, waiting for us to go out." Feng Xingliu was surprised. "Then what should we do?" Feng Qingcheng asked, "Brother Han Fei, the result of your test can only measure your own luck, right?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Feng Qingcheng glanced at Feng Xingliu. "It's already so dangerous for you, Brother Han Fei. I'm afraid you can't do it." Feng Xingliu was anxious. "What do you mean I can't do it? How can I not do it? I can." Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu. "Do you really dare to go with me?" Feng Xingliu braced himself and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? There's nothing I don't dare to do since I was a kid." Feng Qingqing said, "You don't dare to fight with me?" Feng Xingliu said, Lulu percent yen, and asterisk." Seeing Feng Xingliu's reaction, Han Fei had a headache. He felt that it would be better not to take Feng Xingliu with him. Han Fei looked at Feng Qingqing and said, "No matter what, you're going to the divine capital dynasty. If he really can't run away, I'll ask him to run away with the Emperor Jade Slip." As he spoke, he stomped on the ground, and layers of arrays appeared in the courtyard one after another. On the ground, Taoist patterns floated in the air. Feng Qingqing's eyes glittered. Han Fei was also an array master? As soon as the three of them stood in the array, the outside world lost track of them. It was also at this moment that the Tomorrow's camp noticed something and reported it instantly. However, what he didn't know was that Han Fei didn't disappear from the Tomorrow's camp. Han Fei waved his hand, and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. Feng Xingliu immediately asked, "Is this the great path of time?" Feng Qingqing's eyes widened. "The great path of time? Is it?" Han Fei said, "Don't ask. I'm not. You wait for me here. Qingcheng, hurry to the Origin Sea." In the next moment, a teleportation array appeared more than 10 million kilometers away from the Tomorrow's camp, and Han Fei instantly arrived. Han Fei was holding a clone that looked like Feng Xingliu in his hand. In the next moment, Han Fei burst out at his fastest speed, 6 times the speed of light, sprinting at full speed. After only about 5 minutes, Han Fei sensed that a figure appeared within his speed range. That person was very fast. Han Fei had never seen such a fast person before, as fast as 9 times the speed of light. Once he entered Han Fei's sight, Han Fei knew that he wouldn't be far from being caught. The person behind him didn't approach rashly, but kept following Han Fei at a certain distance. Obviously, he already knew Han Fei's void theft ability. 9 minutes later, a person appeared in Han Fei's vision from the side. 13 minutes later, a person appeared on Han Fei's left. These people were a certain distance away from Han Fei. Obviously, they were still waiting. Han Fei sneered. "What? Are the people of the Heaven clan all cowards? Don't you dare to attack?" Someone responded, "What's the hurry? Let's see how far you can run." 15 minutes later, Han Fei suddenly felt the void tremble, and dozens of dark shadows emerged from the void. Each shadow seemed to be at the late stage of the star transformation realm. It was impossible to tell which one was real. Han Fei knew that the Heaven clan's hunt had begun. At this time, Han Fei grinned, and the nautical panorama appeared in his hand. As he pointed with the nautical panorama, the next moment, Han Fei found the shadow. The next moment, all the shadows collapsed, and a figure smashed out of the void, like a falling star, directly hitting the seabed. Bam! Han Fei didn't stop at all and easily killed one with the nautical panorama. At this time, the people who were chasing Han Fei all changed their expressions. This person really had a terrifying ability. As long as he found the real body, he could instantly deprive that person of some kind of power. What kind of weird divine technique was this? After 25 minutes, there were only 5 people chasing Han Fei. Besides, Han Fei suddenly felt a terrifying force, which was a lot of soul thorns, trying to break his soul. Unfortunately, that person didn't know that Han Fei had already cultivated the Sun Soul. He casually punched and directly broke this soul attack. Chapter 2306. In the Eastern Sea Divine Prefecture, the Tian clan was used to being domineering. It had always been them bullying others, and no one had ever dared to bully them. When they chased Han Fei, they only regarded Han Fei as a small fry. Now that they were being retaliated by Han Fei, in order to show the prestige of the Tian clan, they were ready to attack Han Fei. In the eyes of the Celestials, once they caught him, killing him or not was another matter. In any case, they had to catch him first. If Han Fei would rather die than surrender, then so be it. Even if Han Fei had a super force behind him, even if he had the support of the God race, the heavenly race was not afraid. Both of them were from great ancient clans, and both of them had God spirits in the past. Both of them had the bloodline of God spirits, so who was afraid of who? Therefore, at this moment, the heavenly race had dispatched many celestial transformation, grand, late stage powerhouses within 30,000 years. They did not care about fairness at all. If you want fairness, then you just have to bring out a considerable amount of strength. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't care. In the past, he could not even beat a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator, let alone leave tomorrow's camp. But now, what could be a better whetstone than a group of late-stage celestial transformation realm cultivators? If he could capture a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator, then he would have the capital to ask for resources from the heaven race. At this moment, the 5 experts surrounded him but did not attack. Suddenly, Han Fei stopped. The distance was too far, and the time node he left was almost beyond his senses. If he continued to run, he wouldn't be able to return if he used time reversal. Han Fei, who had stopped running, did not make a move. He glanced at the 5 experts and said in disdain, "5 cowards, you don't even dare to fight 5 against 1. Is the Tian clan full of trash like you? Humph! How arrogant! How could the late stage of the heaven opening realm be insulted like this by Han Fei?" However, the 5 of them created dozens of clones and charged at Han Fei. Because of the battle experience of the elders in the gods' ruins, they knew that the best way to deal with Han Fei was to fight with clones. However, he had completely underestimated Han Fei's growth in the past few decades. He saw that the dozens of clones were all killed in front of Han Fei in less than a second. Han Fei smiled disdainfully. A doppelganger also depended on who the doppelganger was. If your avatar can reach the late stage of the celestial transformation realm, then I will admit that I am not your opponent. However, don't you know what kind of level you are? How dare you use your clones to suppress me? At this moment, Han Fei's chi and blood were soaring. He didn't look like a heaven-opening state cultivator who hadn't turned into a star yet. At that instant, the rift shuddered all of a sudden. A young man wearing a cloak made of flowing wind walked out from it. When Han Fei saw this person, he suddenly felt a strong sense of dread. He had a feeling that this person was very dangerous, too dangerous. Complete celestial transformation realm. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at this person, not daring to relax. The young man smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. I thought that I didn't need to do it myself to subdue a small character like you, but I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Han Fei sneered. "Do you want to try my acrobatic tricks?" The young man smiled faintly. Of course I have to try. Since you're in such a hurry, come and experience the technique I've specially chosen for you, the sky mirror divine art. Tut, tut, tut. In the next moment, the silhouettes of young men appeared in the void one after another. And these figures, in Han Fei's eyes, were all his original bodies. Yes, there seemed to be countless clones in the void, but these clones made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He felt that they were all his original bodies. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the infinity mirror, which was a weird technique similar to the infinity mirror. He could make his original body have countless clones in this way, making him feel that each of them was his original body. The young man smiled contemptuously and said, "Me, this divine art is specially designed for you. It took the heavenly race a long time to find it. Although it's difficult, it's only a matter of time for a heaven-opening state master. I know you have a navigator that can point. Do you want to show me?" At this moment, Han Fei's brain was working fast. There couldn't be an invincible divine art. Even the void theft technique was the same. There must be a way to crack this technique, and the key to cracking it was how to break the principle of this divine art. Since it was a technique, it must be a phenomenon created by the Tao of heaven and earth. Han Fei immediately thought of a countermeasure, which was to use the restrictive spell here to directly break the fundamental power of this great technique. But after using the restrictive spell, he would instantly cut off the ability to reverse time, which meant that he couldn't return to tomorrow's camp instantly. In Han Fei's plan, this escape was just a test. The direction he really wanted to run in was not this direction at all. But Han Fei didn't panic immediately. Even if it was a divine art, it was impossible to erupt the power of his original body 1,000 times at the same time to deal a devastating blow to him. However, the other party didn't give Han Fei time to react. He just showed off his divine art, and then with a thought, he directly let the countless clones surround him. Together with them, the 5 supermasters at the late stage of the star transformation realm also rushed up. At this time, they had already seen through Han Fei's strange power. He could only deprive power 3 times in total. Whose power did he rob? How could he rob it? Even though Han Fei had the blood-killing puppet, it could only stop 1 person at most. In this case, it was meaningless. At the moment when they attacked, Han Fei sneered, "Goodbye. When I crack this technique, you will be nothing." Suddenly, time flowed around Han Fei, and the next moment, Han Fei had stepped into the river of time. "Running in the river of time in front of me? You are too naive." The next moment, he saw many figures crossing the river of time. Han Fei, who stepped into it, was covered by a violent force in an instant, and his body was penetrated in an instant. This was the first time that Han Fei faced the power of a peak star transformation realm master. When he felt the sword light swept out by that person, his body was directly torn apart. Under the bombardment of a late-stage star transformation realm master, his body exploded on the spot. Gemini in 1. In the crazy battle between the young man and the late-stage star transformation realm masters, Han Fei's figure turned into a stream of light in the river of time, but his figure only appeared for a moment and then disappeared from their sight. The young man frowned slightly. This guy was really difficult to deal with. He didn't expect the other party's means to be so special. That figure just now should be the original body. How could it be a clone? Besides, his intuition told him that he didn't even kill a clone, and the clone was sucked back by the original body. Immediately, the young man said, "Write it down. This guy has other special skills. He can split into 2 figures, 1 visible and 1 invisible. These 2 bodies should be the main and secondary body, both being the main body. They have the means to attract each other." Someone was shocked. How can this guy have so many weird skills? Besides, this guy is walking on the great path of time. Will he? The young man said lightly, "Don't think about it. If he is from the Temple of Time, then he must be doing some kind of trial now. He failed the trial himself. Will the Temple of Time blame the Heavenly Clan? If he goes back to the camp tomorrow, that Phoenix star stream is fake. This guy can reverse time and go back to the camp tomorrow. This young man was a peak star transformation realm master. Even across the river of time, he saw through Han Fei's Gemini divine technique at a glance. In his mind, he even began to think about how to break the Gemini divine technique. It was the first time that Han Fei had reversed time over such a long distance. If he was further away, he wouldn't be able to feel the time node he left. Han Fei thought he would go back to the camp tomorrow. However, he guessed wrong this time. Instead of returning to the camp tomorrow, Han Fei was sucked into the white hole before he entered the speed of light. Hiss! Han Fei didn't know how he ended up in this white hole after reversing time. When the speed reached the speed of light, there would be 3 weird choices: the star ocean, the white hole, or the stairs. Han Fei never chose them because he didn't dare to choose them. This time, for some reason, he was sucked into the white hole. The moment he entered, Han Fei felt that he had drilled into a strange channel. There was a weird power in this channel, trying to tear his body apart crazily. Even though Han Fei's physique was amazing, he felt that his body was almost torn apart at that moment. But fortunately, it was only for a moment. When Han Fei felt his body suddenly lightened, he had appeared in front of Feng Xingliu in the array in the courtyard of the camp tomorrow. Hiss! Feng Xingliu sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing. You were surrounded and killed. Seeing Feng Xingliu, Han Fei realized something. He was back. It seemed that the white hole was a path, after all. However, when he looked at his body, he couldn't help but gasp. He was covered in blood and cracks, as if he would break at any time. But Han Fei had no time to think. He squeezed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth and grabbed Feng Xingliu. Let's go! Chapter 2307. At this moment, it was not the time for Han Fei to think about what a white hole was. When Feng Yu came, he could just ask her directly. Presumably, with the foundation of the Phoenix God clan and the strength of the Phoenix Feather Star transformation great perfection, it should not be difficult for them to answer this question. Now he had finally managed to gain more than 30 breaths of time. If he didn't run now, when would he? Originally, Han Fei didn't plan to take Feng Xingliu with him. Although this guy's level was higher than his, the upper limit of his combat ability wasn't high enough. Even if he broke out with his strongest spirit technique, he could not compete against a late-stage celestial transformation cultivator. Although, in theory, Han Fei couldn't beat them or outrun them, he had many tricks up his sleeves. He wouldn't be as passive as Feng Xingliu. The reason why he brought Feng Xingliu along was naturally because she was a peerless prodigy of the Phoenix God race after all. If he really fell into a desperate situation, would he really fight on his own? Bringing Phoenix Starstream with him was a variable. Unless he was sure that he could resist the divine capital dynasty safely, or that Feng Xingliu couldn't run away with him, he didn't plan to separate from Feng Xingliu for now. F***CK, is this the great Tao of time? At this moment, Han Fei unleashed his full strength and accelerated with the great Tao of time. This allowed his speed to reach a little more than 5 times the speed of light. If he went faster, he wouldn't be able to go faster. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "Are you from the Temple of Time? I heard that your time temple is very mysterious, standing tall above the sea realm. All the great god races can't find you. Are you really that strong?" "Shut up. I'm not." Feng Xingliu didn't care. He had always felt that Han Fei was very mysterious, even though Han Fei later admitted that he was from the West Sea Divine Land. However, with the burst of the great Tao of time, even a fool like Feng Xingliu would guess that Han Fei was the heir of the Temple of Time, let alone others. Perhaps it was because the great Tao of time was too unique, or perhaps it was because the Temple of Time was too famous, coupled with Han Fei's refusal to reveal his identity. Han Fei's identity was now a mystery. It was reasonable for everyone to suspect him. Today, Han Fei only used the navigator once. "So, I wasn't worried about where to go. With a thought, he pointed to a place where he could protect himself. Han Fei didn't think that he could escape from those people just because he was 7. 5 times the speed of light. In fact, as long as the enemy moved at twice the speed of light and knew exactly where he was going, it would only take him less than an hour to get there. Actually, it was not easy to conceal the speed of light. Thus, it was only a matter of time before the celestial race discovered his whereabouts. Han Fei estimated that someone would catch up with him in half an hour at most. Of course, most people couldn't catch up. Even in the late stages of the celestial transformation realm, not everyone could reach 8. 5 times the normal speed. For example, outside the God's Ruin, there was only one person who could reach 9 times the speed of light. It could be seen that the pursuit of speed in the heaven opening stage was still difficult. At such a fast speed, it would take him an hour to cover a very long distance. It wasn't that he didn't come across any camps in the wilderness, but there was no need for him to stop. If he stayed, it would be difficult for him to leave again. In fact, in less than half an hour, the young man at the peak of the celestial transformation realm, who had been left behind by Han Fei, had already caught up with him. The young man said, "If you could stall for more time, such as more than 100 minutes, it might not be easy for me to catch up with you. But you only stalled for a little more than 30 minutes. How dare you run away? Do you think there's no one in the celestial race?" "Feng," Xingliu exclaimed. "Peak of the celestial transformation realm?" Han Fei said, "Don't shout." Han Fei didn't stop at all. Ignoring the pressure of this person, he continued to flee. He sneered. "What? You're the only one who caught up with me. Do you dare to attack me?" The man chuckled. "I alone am enough to deal with you. If it weren't for the fact that the young heavenly talents participating in this competition are not here, I wouldn't even need to attack you." With that, a sword light pierced through the endless void, forcing Han Fei to stop. The moment Han Fei stopped, this person turned into countless mirror images, each of which looked like his original body. He didn't think that Han Fei could crack a divine technique in such a short time. Furthermore, although he had arrived a step earlier, the others would not be too slow. This time, the Tian clan had sent out quite a few experts. One of them had reached 9 times the speed of light, and 2 of them had reached 8 times the speed of light. According to the time, the one with 9 times the speed of light would arrive in a few dozen minutes at most. The other 2 would be a little slower, but as long as they could stall Han Fei for a while, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. This person was very confident. He was at the peak of the celestial transformation realm. Even if this person's means were strange and unpredictable, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress them for a while. Feng Xingliu said, "Han Fei, can you still run away? I used the Emperor Jade Slip." Han Fei said, "Don't use the Emperor Jade Slip so easily. Fight." "Huh." Han Fei directly got rid of Feng Xingliu and stepped out. If it was just a one-on-one battle, Han Fei wouldn't be afraid of a peak celestial transformation realm expert. This might even be an opportunity. With a thought in Han Fei's mind, Shueisha appeared from the void. Originally, Han Fei was not that kind of rigid person. Even if he had a plan, he wouldn't be in a hurry to show it. Shueisha was a puppet which didn't conflict with the rules of the major competition of 10,000 years. Just like the infamily could send a peak celestial transformation realm expert to hunt him. Every rule had a loophole that could be exploited. After releasing Shueisha, the young master sneered, "This puppet is not bad. Maybe he has been at the peak for a long time. But after all, he is just a puppet. You want to stop me with a puppet? What do you think a peak celestial transformation realm expert is?" Shueisha grabbed the long river of murderous intent and swept away the clones that seemed to be the real body. But to Han Fei's surprise, one of the clones knocked Shueisha back with a punch. Han Fei wasn't surprised by this. He and Shueisha rushed out at the same time and punched at one of the clones. The young man smiled indifferently. Instead of using a sword, he used his fists. Han Fei was blown away by a punch, And then he heard the young man sneer, "Even if your physique is unparalleled, you don't know that all this will be made up for by your cultivation level. You think you have an unparalleled physique, but you don't know that any peak celestial transformation realm expert is no weaker than you." Han Fei didn't refute. After the god of war told him the path after the celestial transformation realm through the god of war seal, he already knew the way to strengthen his physique in the late stage of the celestial transformation realm. However, as the young man said, the effect of his physique refining would not be made up for by his cultivation level. That was impossible. "BAM! BAM! BAM!" Han Fei pretended to burst out, and the golden fist marks swept around. However, the countless clones hit him at the same time, and Han Fei was instantly knocked away. But the young master didn't want to give Han Fei a chance. He swung his sword backhandedly, and a Tao that Han Fei had never felt appeared. That was the path of a sword cultivator. Han Fei couldn't name the Tao above Sword Tao, but Han Fei knew that if he was hit by this sword, he would probably be killed. But when Han Fei saw this sword, his eyes also lit up. He shouted sternly, "This place is forbidden!" Suddenly, the sky full of figures suddenly froze, and the young master could no longer control these clones. It was also at that moment that there was only a sword shadow left in this world. The sword came out, and the young man's true body was also exposed. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He glanced at the sword shadow and forcibly stole the power. When he stole the power of this sword, Han Fei was also shocked. Even with his bearing capacity, his flesh and blood were all exploding. Just how strong was this young man? In order to steal the sword light, Han Fei must quickly exhaust this sword light. Otherwise, he would explode before the other party came back to his senses. Han Fei saw the only figure, the one hidden among the many clones, was his true body. The strong master of the Tian clan was shocked. How is this possible? The rules of this whole world have become invalid at this moment, and my divine skill has also become invalid. My true body can't switch between the clones at will. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei flipped his hand and took out a mirror. Although the young master didn't know what this mirror was for, as soon as this thing appeared, he immediately felt his heart palpitate. At this time, his first thought was to escape, but he was shocked to find that he had forgotten how to burst out faster than light speed. He realized that his speed had been taken away. When his speed was taken away, his first reaction was to bombard Han Fei with his divine soul. But when the mirror in Han Fei's hand shone, the young master was shocked to find that he had been forcibly distorted and appeared in a mirror world where he was surrounded by himself. This person was a little dumbfounded. He subconsciously thought that these were his countless clones. But then he saw a sword light appear in the mirror, which was clearly his own sword light. Puff! 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 In the infinity mirror, the strong master of the Tian clan was attacked by the crisscrossing sword chi. But to Han Fei's surprise, the sword chi did less damage to him than he expected. Han Fei hurriedly replenished the Tao Convergence sword and rushed in, and the physique of a peak star transformation realm expert was indeed amazing. Anyway, after a round of sword tides and the Tao Convergence sword chi, although the strong master of the Tian clan was bruised and bloody, the degree of injury was not serious, which directly shocked Han Fei. Can a peak star transformation realm expert be so strong? Han Fei didn't dare to let this person stay in the infinity mirror for long. The infinity mirror was just an imitation mirror. Even an ordinary heaven opening state expert had the ability to destroy it, let alone a peak star transformation realm expert. Therefore, at the moment when the sword light failed to kill him, Han Fei immediately deprived his consciousness. He didn't give him any chance to fight back. Then, Han Fei used the Tao Convergence sword chi again and pierced into the infinity mirror. He clearly couldn't beat a peak star transformation realm expert. But you just stood still and let me hit you. How could I not kill you? Puff, 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 puff. In the infinity mirror, The body of the strong master of the Tian clan was directly obliterated by the countless Tao Convergence, Sword Qi. Because the Tao Convergence, Sword Qi, also had the power to destroy the divine soul, this person's divine soul was also shattered, but he didn't die. After all, the power Han Fei used was not enough to kill a peak star transformation realm expert. Han Fei grabbed a God-sealed spear and inserted it into the infinity mirror. Watching the God-sealed spear infinitely replicate in the infinity mirror, Han Fei stopped with satisfaction. In the distance, Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. What did he see? Han Fei killed a peak star transformation realm expert? Chapter 2308. This. Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. Only 2 seconds. Oh no! In less than 2 seconds, Han Fei, who was almost beaten to death, inexplicably reversed the situation. He took out a mirror and casually shone it, and the star transformation realm cultivator disappeared. This reminded him of a terrifying, chaotic spiritual treasure. So, Feng Xingliu pointed at Han Fei for a long time and exclaimed, "Is that Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror? Are you a descendant of a demon god?" Huh. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror? A descendant of a demon god? I don't understand. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that the infinity mirror seemed to be based on a mirror named Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that this Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror had a powerful background. Han Fei immediately said, "No, wait a moment. This is just a replica." Feng Xingliu immediately said, "Then you are also a descendant of a demon god. Who else can get a replica of the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror? No wonder you refused to tell me where you came from. It turns out that you're from the legendary demon god clan." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I'm just using a mirror, and I've been recognized, and I'm from the West Sea Divine Prefecture. It sounds like a noble name." Han Fei frowned. What's wrong with being a descendant of a demon god? Can't a descendant of a demon god appear in the East Ocean Divine Continent? Feng Xingliu said, "No." "That's great. I'm just shocked. No wonder you're so powerful before turning into a star. It turns out that you're a descendant of a demon god. I'm glad to hear that." Han Fei was confused, but then he realized that Feng Xingliu was not Feng Qingqing. Feng Xingliu was easy to fool. He said, "Why do you take it for granted that I'm a descendant of a demon god?" Feng Xingliu said matter-of-factly, "The descendants of a demon god are all the descendants of the gods. The orthodox blood of the gods flows in their bodies, which is much more powerful than the awakened bloodline. Then I can understand why you're stronger. I was wondering how someone could be stronger than me when his realm is lower than mine. It doesn't make sense. So that's the reason." Feng Xingliu kept hinting to himself that if Han Fei wasn't a divine prince, he would at most be similar to him. Han Fei pulled Feng Xingliu and continued to run, although he had caught a peak star transformation realm cultivator, which was extremely valuable. However, he had to sell it in the right place. There were still a lot of people chasing after him. Han Fei dragged Feng Xingliu and kept running. Feng Xingliu said, "Why are you less than 30,000 years old when you're a divine prince? There are no more gods in the ocean realm." Han Fei thought of something. "I was born more than 100,000 years later. Of course, I'm not that old." Feng Xing Lu's heart skipped a beat. That made sense. It was said that the conditions for the birth of a divine child were very strict. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but feel a little excited. That was the excitement of seeing through Han Fei's identity. He said, "Are there many demonic god descendants? I heard that the ancient fiend celestial clan is the most mysterious force in the West Sea Divine Prefecture. They haven't appeared in the world for 100,000 years. Why did you appear?" Han Fei thought of something. "Don't you dislike studying? How do you know about the ancient fiend god clan and the Yin-Yang clear sky mirror?" Feng Xingliu immediately said, "Because I've heard a lot of stories. It's said that after the War of Gods, Many divine princes created the ancient fiend celestial clan and dominated the ocean realm for 30,000 years. But later, it said that someone in the ocean realm wanted to steal the power of the gods and graft the bloodline of the gods. So they began to plot against the ancient fiend celestial clan. Finally, 100,000 years ago, a great catastrophe broke out in the West Sea Divine Prefecture. No one knows what the ancient fiend celestial clan experienced, but many people died in one night. It was rumored that, at that time, the skies of the Western Sea Divine Prefecture were blood red. Great Tao lightning rumbled for 7 days and 7 nights. Countless divine, spirit children fell. Since then, the ancient fiend celestial clan has disappeared, completely erased from the world. The Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror of the ancient fiend celestial clan has also disappeared since then. When Feng Xingliu spoke, he glanced at Han Fei from time to time and then asked in a low voice, "Hey, what on earth did you experience at that time? Who did this to you?" Han Fei thought to himself, who should I ask? Han Fei didn't expect that the infinity mirror he casually made would have such a background. Besides, the infinity mirror was indeed a replica of the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror. That was undeniable. Han Fei couldn't help but think, 100,000 years ago? 100,000 years ago, the ancient fiend celestial clan was robbed. Coincidentally, 100,000 years ago, Chu Hao got the demon purification gourd and was hunted down. Coincidentally, he found the infinity mirror in Chu Hao's imperial palace, which was a replica of the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror. So, Chu Hao's identity was obvious. Chu Hao must be a divine prince of the ancient fiend celestial clan. Because he got the demon purification gourd, the entire ancient fiend celestial clan was implicated. Not good. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since Feng Xingliu, the idiot, could tell that the infinity mirror was a replica of the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror, how could the experts of the heavenly clan and even the venerable emperor not know? Once they guessed that he was from the ancient fiend celestial clan, like Feng Xingliu, they would definitely associate the demon purification gourd with the replica of the Yin-Yang Hao Tian mirror. Perhaps Chu Hao had used this mirror back then. They might even be able to recall Chu Hao. If all these were connected by those experts, he would be done for. Not to mention that he wasn't from the ancient fiend celestial clan. Even if he was, no one could protect him. Perhaps eldest senior brother could protect him, but eldest senior brother would only protect him 3 times. Then, if someone guessed that he was related to the demon purification gourd, by then all the venerable emperors in the entire sea realm would attack him, not to mention those at the peak of the star transformation realm. The sea realm was so big that there would be no place for him. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu solemnly and said, "Xingliu, do you think we're brothers?" Feng Xingliu was intrigued. "Yes, we are." Feng Xingliu felt that since Han Fei came to save them, the following days had been quite exciting. Besides, although Han Fei was a robber, he was really easy to get along with. There was hot pot and barbecue. All in all, Feng Yu had indeed made a good friend this time. Han Fei said, "Look, we're brothers. We've robbed, fought, and eaten together. Although we're not blood brothers, we're better than blood brothers. From the first time I saw you, I regretted not having met you earlier. I feel that you'll definitely be more promising than Feng Yu in the future." Really? When Han Fei said the last sentence, Feng Xingliu felt his blood rush to his head. In his entire life, Han Fei was the only one who said that he would definitely be more promising than Feng Yu in the future. Feng Xingliu had always wanted to surpass Feng Yu, but who would think that he would? In fact, even he didn't think that he would. He was just unwilling to admit defeat. But just now Han Fei said it. Immediately, Feng Xingliu felt his eyes moisten, and his throat became a little sore. He suppressed his voice and said, "Good brother, we're good brothers." Han Fei immediately said, "Brother, to tell you the truth, I'm indeed from the ancient fiend celestial clan. However, this news and the matter of the Yin-Yang clear sky mirror, only the heavens and the earth know, Only you and I know, and no third person can know about it. I didn't even tell Feng you. You can't tell Feng Qingqing or the elders in my family, or I won't live long." Feng Xingliu was surprised. "Wait, why?" Han Fei heaved a long sigh. "Brother, you know that 100,000 years ago, the ancient Fiend Celestial clan was harmed by some villains. Those people wanted to absorb the god bloodline of our godson. For this bloodline, less than 10% of our clan was slaughtered. Some fled and some ran away. Many people in the entire ocean realm have been looking for us for 100,000 years. What if I spill the beans, or the fact that I have a replica of the Enyang Clear Sky Mirror is leaked?" Feng Xingliu's heart tightened. He said in shock, "Many people must be after your god bloodline." Han Fei looked sad. "That's right. By then it won't be the heaven-opening state who will attack me, but the venerable emperor. Brother, let me tell you, many venerable sovereigns are not good people. They will do anything to become stronger. Do you want to see your good brother being hunted by venerable emperors? Do you want to see me fall into trouble? Are you willing to see me die without a burial place?" Feng Xingliu immediately shook his head. "No, I won't. I won't tell you. I'm a tight-lipped person. But doesn't the man in your mirror know? Should we?" As Feng Xingliu spoke, he made a gesture of cutting his neck with one finger. Han Fei shook his head. "Don't worry. I'll change his memory later. He's a valuable treasure. He's on the verge of becoming a Tao proving expert. How much do you think he's worth?" Feng Xingliu hesitated. But Han Fei said, "Brother, do you know why I'm so fond of robbing?" Feng Xingliu asked, "Why?" Han Fei sighed. "You may not believe it. The ancient Fiend Celestial clan is full of divine princes. But as divine princes, do you know that our demand for resources is also very high? We were destroyed by the strong and didn't dare to plunder resources, so we could only rob a little from the east and a little from the west. When you were little, when you waved your hand and rewarded your servants with resources from thousands of kilometers away, I was digging in a mine. When you went to the family treasury to get resources, I was fighting with others for a little bit of resources." Han Fei's face was sometimes melancholy, sometimes agitated, sometimes regretful, and sometimes emotional. When Feng Xingliu heard this, he felt ashamed of himself. No wonder Han Fei was so keen on resources. No wonder he was so good at robbing resources. No wonder he was so stingy and refused to give me more resources. It turned out that he had been like this since he was little. Without hesitation, Feng Xingliu offered to give all the resources to Han Fei. However, Han Fei stopped him. "Brother, do you think you're looking down on me? A gentleman loves money and makes it in a proper way. How can I take my brother's resources?" Feng Xingliu said solemnly, "Since we're brothers, what's mine is yours. If you refuse, I'll be anxious." Han Fei said, "Wait a minute, don't panic. Have you forgotten that I still have something valuable? Besides, you can't have any resources when you come to the divine capital dynasty. So just keep it for now. If I need it, I'll naturally mention it to you. Who are we? We're good brothers." Chapter 2309. Just a few seconds after Han Fei said that, another late-stage star, transformation realm powerhouse from the heavenly clan appeared. But this time, Han Fei definitely wouldn't use the infinity mirror. He really couldn't use it now. Feng Xingliu was easy to fool, but no one else was easy to fool. Han Fei didn't know how many people could catch up. In theory, as long as the speed exceeded 8 times the speed of light, they could catch up. However, the time it took for them to catch up was naturally different. The first batch to catch up must have reached 9 times the speed of light. Why didn't Han Fei think there was someone who could reach 10 times the speed of light? Because if the speed reached 10 times the speed of light, then this person would almost be a Tao Vindication cultivator. Even if it was 9 times the speed of light, it was reasonable to say that this person shouldn't be able to reach this level. But the heavenly clan also had the bloodline of gods, so it was hard to say. As a powerful clan of the divine East Sea, They couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, even if Han Fei saw these two, he didn't stop but continued to run. And these two, when they saw Han Fei, were a little surprised because they didn't see that person. It shouldn't be. That young master should be the first to catch up, and they passed by a place where there were obviously traces of battle. Why didn't they see that young master? Han Fei didn't stop at all but shouted, "How dare you chase me with just two people? Do you want to die?" Someone responded coldly, "Han Fei, no matter what clone you are or where you come from, in the divine East Sea, you are courting death by fighting against the heavenly clan. What's the point of holding on for an hour and a half? How long can you hold on at such a high speed?" Han Fei said, "I can hold on until I'm exhausted. Why do you care?" Han Fei firmly believed that there was a way to get rid of the pursuit of the heavenly clan in the direction pointed by the nautical panorama. So he didn't stop at all. And these two didn't make a move. They were waiting for other strong masters to appear, and waiting for that young master to appear. However, after half an hour, only two late-stage star transformation cultivators caught up, and the young master was not there. An hour later, another person caught up with them. Feng Xingliu said, "Do you want me to take action directly? Let's go to the divine capital dynasty. I think you should stop training. This has already exceeded the scope of training. Brother, life and death are terrible. If you often wander on the edge of life and death, you will learn a lot, and your strength will definitely double." Gulp! Feng Xingliu swallowed. Sure enough, Han Fei was still influenced by his childhood. Both of them had climbed through life and death situations. It turned out that the difference between them was just a matter of climbing through life and death situations. At this point, Feng Xingliu had already forgotten about the difference in their bloodlines, and just remembered that he had never been on the brink of death. Seeing that Han Fei was so persistent, Feng Xingliu said, "Including this one, there are 5 of us. I don't know how to run anymore." Feng Xingliu really did not know how to fight a battle with such a huge disparity in strength. Anyway, he couldn't beat one of them, so he could either use the venerable Emperor Jade slip or lie flat on the ground. The reason why Han Fei wasn't afraid was that he had a captive in his hand. Han Fei made up his mind. In order to capture him, the heavenly race sent at least 5 late-stage star condensation cultivators and 1 peak star condensation cultivator. When the 5th person arrived, one of the 4 people who were originally just chasing but not killing suddenly shouted, "Go! Stop them!" Han Fei let go of Feng Xingliu. "Take a good look. They dare not kill you. After you pass the life and death situation, your strength will increase greatly." Han Fei didn't want Feng Xingliu to leave with the venerable Emperor Jade slip because he didn't think it was necessary. His identity was unknown, so it was fine if the heavenly race attacked him. However, Feng Xingliu was a core disciple of the Phoenix God race. According to Feng Qingqing, the Phoenix God race's status in the South Sea Divine Continent was similar to that of the heavenly race, so they were not afraid of the heavenly race at all. If the heavenly race attacked Feng Xingliu, it would be no problem for them to teach him a lesson. But if they dared to kill Feng Xingliu, it would be pure provocation. Since he was sure that they probably wouldn't kill him, Han Fei didn't mind helping Feng Xingliu. "Feng," Xingliu exclaimed, I can't beat them." Han Fei said, "Don't worry. Just do your best. They don't dare to do anything to you. You are a rare heavenly talent of the divine Phoenix God race. Don't you want to surpass Feng? Believe in yourself. You have this chance. Attack with all your strength." Flames surged around Feng Xingliu's body, and waves of fire surged. "Don't be afraid. After passing the life and death situation, you can surpass Feng." Feng Xingliu thought. Han Fei's words made him completely believe in Han Fei. He felt that this was a chance for him to grow. Yes, he was a descendant of the main bloodline of the Phoenix God race. Why did these people dare to kill him? Kill. Hula! Feng Xingliu used a big move at the beginning. With a long sword in hand, The fire phoenix soared into the sky and threw a person at him. With a thought in Han Fei's mind, Shuai Sha chased after one of them. Han Fei sneered. 2 out of the 5 are gone. How can the 3 of you catch me? However, the 3 didn't attack. They looked at Feng Xingliu indifferently. Han Fei, you may have many tricks up your sleeves, but this kid from the Phoenix God race is still a greenhorn. He's very inexperienced in all aspects, and his battle techniques are also quite rusty. He's relying on his own foundation to support himself. How long do you think he can last? Han Fei grinned. A bunch of arrogant guys. You'll never understand. The most primitive state of a battle is recklessness. The 3 looked at each other. Although they would wait for someone else to defeat Feng Xingliu, they wouldn't just sit and watch Han Fei. This person was mysterious and had many tricks up his sleeves. If they gave him a chance, he might come up with some tricks. However, these 3 didn't attack in person, but summoned a large number of clones. Obviously, they hadn't learned any divine skills, so they could only attack Han Fei in the most primitive way. However, if it was just his doppelgangers, Han Fei's power would also be extraordinary. If there were only 10 or 20 doppelgangers, they might be able to suppress Han Fei temporarily, but this number of doppelgangers could only suppress Han Fei for 1 or 2 seconds at most. Han Fei didn't even need to use the great Tao among his clones. He only needed to steal power and use it to defend himself. 2 seconds later, this group of clones was wiped out by Han Fei. Han Fei today was no longer the same Han Fei who was chased by the 3 top experts of the Heavenly Clan. The 3 realized that their clones weren't very useful anymore. This kid already had the combat power to resist the late stage of the heavenly creation state. They immediately split a large portion of their strength into doppelgangers and attacked their main bodies together. This wasn't the god's ruin, so they didn't think there would be any special situation like there. And because they hadn't fought Han Fei face to face, they didn't actually feel it. In the blink of an eye, 9 clones of equal strength appeared, surrounded Han Fei, and attacked at the same time. They thought that even though Han Fei was special, he could control at most 6 at once. They thought that with 9 clones, they couldn't take down Han Fei. They were thinking the same thing as the 3 people who chased Han Fei in the god's ruin. The difference was that the 3 of them just treated Han Fei as a rogue cultivator with a lot of opportunities. But now, these people treated Han Fei as a cultivator of the Temple of Time. So they were a little more cautious now, but they also didn't think Han Fei could really stop them. In fact, after they attacked, Han Fei didn't use the Eye of Chaos to disturb their clones. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to use it, but that he didn't dare to call out the Emperor Sparrow. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, once the information about the Emperor Sparrow and the demon purification pot was exposed, he might die without a burial place. On the other side, Feng Xingliu was sent flying, and the void shook many times. This guy's body cracked, and the Fire Phoenix divine skill had already been activated. In just 2 seconds, he was forced to use his divine skill. But Han Fei didn't care and took out the nautical panorama in his hand. The next moment, someone shouted, "Retreat!" Of course, they knew that the nautical panorama had the ability to point directly at the real body. Although they didn't think it was useful, because even if some of the power of the real body was taken away, their clones were still there. What could Han Fei do to them? Besides, Han Fei's nautical panorama could only point at one person at a time. How could he find the real bodies of all of them? Among these 3 people, one of them fell into chaos for no reason. But there were 3 real bodies and 6 clones here. How could they allow Han Fei to attack that person? 3 clones stepped forward together and blocked Han Fei's way. However, the body of the guy who fell into chaos was suddenly affected. Oh no, it's the real body that he can't see. Han Fei frowned. The Gemini divine skill was seen through? These people really had sharp eyes. Since it was seen through, Han Fei immediately used Gemini as one and grabbed the body of the strong heavenly expert and flew back. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the head of the person in his hand. The clone that chased after him shouted, "Boy, even if my real body is asleep, you can't kill me." Humph! The next moment, Han Fei's hand directly penetrated the head of his real body. As he suddenly pulled, the soul of this person was directly pulled out by Han Fei. Hiss! Oh no, he's also a soul cultivator. Han Fei pulled out his soul and rushed to the Phoenix Star Stream while erasing it with the Sun God, shouting, "Come on! Now that you have 2 clones, the soul strength of your real body is definitely not strong enough. At this time, even if I can't destroy your main soul, I can still seriously injure you so that you will never be able to reach the peak again in this life. Come on, do it." Huh. At this time, the strong heavenly expert who had already pierced through the fire phoenix divine skill split into 3 and rushed at Han Fei at the same time. Then the clone that was held by Han Fei shouted, "Idiot! The heavenly clan has the spring of life. How can we be seriously injured? Why won't the clan reward us?" Han Fei frowned. Yes, Chu Hao asked him to find the spring of life, which was a divine object that could regenerate flesh and bones and bring the dead back to life. This person was not afraid that Han Fei would destroy his soul. Around Han Fei, the 11 super strong masters who had joined forces with their clones attacked at the same time. Gravity, storm, soul attack, and many kinds of power of laws bombarded him at the same time. World of law. A golden body suddenly appeared, and Han Fei forcibly pushed his strength up to resist the storm-like bombardment. At the same time, he shouted, "Explode!" At that moment, Han Fei activated all his strength and stuffed the infinity water into the mouth of this person, causing him to explode. Unfortunately, the infinity water, an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, could no longer penetrate a late-stage star transformation cultivator. His body swelled and cracked, but he didn't explode. Bam! The power of the Sun God shook the soul of this person. The void lines were stealing his vitality and divine soul. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. Facing the siege of so many people, Han Fei couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, he heard a chuckle in his ear. Then, a calm and gentle voice sounded. "Oh, is this the heavenly clan? So many people are bullying 2 people. How shameless." Chapter 2310. Who is it? On Han Fei's side, the battle was extremely fierce. Because Han Fei's physique was extraordinary, his divine soul was extremely powerful, and his methods were extremely special. They didn't dare to relax at all. The newcomer was getting closer and closer. When they all noticed her, they saw a beautiful woman about 65 meters tall in a half-length dress, standing 10,000 kilometers away. When everyone saw this girl, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The girl was slender and elegant. When she didn't move, she looked gentle and gentle. There was a faint smile on her face, gentle and graceful. There was no flirtatiousness in her eyes, no cuteness, only endless gentleness. Her jade-like fingers held a foot-long dagger in her hands. She looked like a 15-year-old girl next door who hadn't yet remembered. On the whole, this girl gave everyone a feeling of gentleness and beauty. Inexplicably, there was a special feeling of closeness to her. However, everyone immediately realized that this girl was definitely not as simple as she seemed. How could she pass through the boundless wilderness and appear here? How could she be such a pure and beautiful girl? She was so innocent, as if she had never seen the vicissitudes of life. How could such a person become a star, transformation overlord? Girl, the heavenly race is busy. Leave quickly. However, the girl gently raised the foot-long dagger in her hand, and a knife mark appeared in front of the person who spoke. When everyone's eyes fell on the knife mark, the girl disappeared, leaving only an afterimage leaping in the void. But she was already gone. Watch out. The heavenly race overlord had just blocked the knife light in front of him. But as soon as he released the light, the force field around him became chaotic. But even so, a half-arc lit up, not controlled by the force field, and directly cut into the heavenly race overlord's back. Puff! The heavenly race overlord was cut in half by the half-arc. Unfortunately, the girl didn't use her full strength, or maybe she wasn't that strong, so she couldn't kill him with one blow. In fact, Han Fei felt that this was reasonable, because even he couldn't kill a late-stage star transformation overlord with one blow, even if it was just a clone. This girl could cut him in half with one blow, which was already very powerful. In terms of strength, she was definitely stronger than Feng Xinglu. At this moment, Feng Xinglu finally had a chance to catch his breath, because the people who beat him up had come to kill Han Fei. Although he only lasted for 3 breaths under the might of the late-stage celestial transformation realm, only he himself understood the feeling. There was no time to deal with the violent storm. Even if he used his divine techniques, he would still be pierced through, unable to deal with it. But as Han Fei said, he was in a quagmire, but he did not suffer a fatal blow, which inexplicably boosted his confidence. At this moment, seeing that someone was helping him, he immediately shouted, "Fire Phoenix, Heaven's Wings!" However, Feng Xinglu used the void as a slingshot and condensed a fiery feather. She drew the bow and shot it out, like a ferocious phoenix descending to the world, setting the universe ablaze. After that strike, Feng Xinglu felt like he was crippled. All of his strength had been used up. But even Han Fei and the girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This strike was enough to resist a late-stage star transformation cultivator. This made them realize that the Phoenix Starstream's potential was much higher than they had imagined. When Feng Xinglu attacked, blade auras flashed around Han Fei, but these blade auras seemed to be directly imprinted on the divine souls of those heavenly race overlords, making it difficult to dodge. It seemed that space was no obstacle to the blade auras that burst out of her. Shadowless blade. Han Fei felt that this technique was very similar to Xia Xiaochan's shadowless blade, but it was much more brilliant than the shadowless blade. This blade didn't involve space, and it seemed to also avoid time. It was as if she directly attacked and then hit. There was no third possibility between attacking and hitting. Unhindered. A word suddenly came to Han Fei's mind. The unhindered sword liquid that he had once used had a similar feeling. But now wasn't the time for Han Fei to think about this. Since someone had helped him, he was not weak in the first place, so he could break the siege of these people. Han Fei raised his hand, and the Tao Convergence sword burst out. Many kinds of Taoist auras intertwined and mixed. At this moment, he was at the peak of his power, so he could completely beat back one person. Huh! The sacrificing punch erupted, and the god-slaying gloves strengthened him. A punch pierced through the stars. One person took this punch and fell into a struggle. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the Taoist patterns of heaven and earth gathered into a spear. The god-sealing spear was used as a blocking tool, instantly suppressing one person. The girl was shocked. At this moment, Han Fei burst out 3 attacks and repelled 3 clones of the late stage of the heaven opening realm. This person was much stronger than she thought. She guessed that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people besieging him and they were too strong, she might not have needed to take action at all. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Girl, can you help me hold them off for a moment?" "Okay." A soft voice sounded, and then a melodious melody sounded. A big black bone fan drew a semicircle in the sky, separating Han Fei from these people. At that moment, Han Fei's golden body seemed to burst out infinite power, and his yang spirit penetrated his body and drilled straight into the soul of the person in his hand. Han Fei was now running the great Tao to the limit, plus the god-slaying gloves, the power of the heavenly law, the god prayer beads, and the law of heaven and earth. The power he carried in his hand at this moment exceeded 30 million waves. The double power of his body and soul was superimposed, pouring crazily into this strong person who had already separated into two powerful clones. Bang! Han Fei's law of heaven and earth put his hands together, and this person's body was completely crushed, as was his soul. If this person's strength was at its peak, Han Fei had no chance of winning, and he couldn't even shake the other party's soul. But now he had separated into two powerful clones, and his main body had fallen into a deep sleep, and his soul was lost. Han Fei was not a kind person. Just now, the Infinity Water's self-explosion failed to completely penetrate this person, so he would use all his strength to obliterate him. Han Fei, how dare you? Screw the heavenly race. Why wouldn't I dare? Die. Han Fei felt a huge force resisting his hands. He immediately turned into a black mist. He had never used the Gemini divine technique's black, mist-devouring power. But at this moment he couldn't care so much. He only had one breath of time. The girl couldn't resist the siege of so many people. If it weren't for the strange fan, she would have already been defeated. At this moment, the world suddenly lost its light. Those heavenly race experts were dealing with Han Fei and the girl, and there was another person who was resisting the Fire Phoenix divine technique. However, a sword light appeared out of nowhere. The sword was like a dragon, traversing the 9 heavens, and its speed was comparable to the peak of the Emperor realm. Eastern Sword Pavilion? A heavenly race expert immediately called out the origin of the sword, and immediately sent 2 people to block the sword. Then they saw a handsome young sword cultivator standing quietly in the distance, a long sword in front of him. The heavenly race expert said, "Why is the Eastern Sword Pavilion interfering in the heavenly race's affairs?" The sword cultivator said indifferently, "To be fair." Die. The golden body let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the body and soul of the heavenly race expert in his hands were completely annihilated. However, there were no traces of the great Tao being annihilated. The other party had a clone. For a heaven-opening realm expert, it was no longer as simple as rebirth from a drop of blood. The clone also contained the main body's soul and blood. Although Han Fei killed the main body, the other party still had a chance to live. The relationship between the main body and the clone was different from the relationship between the main body and the external incarnation. The external incarnation was equivalent to creating another self. When the main body was annihilated, the external incarnation was still the main body, but the clone was only a part of the power that the main body temporarily diverted. It only carried the main body's power, but did not carry the main body's yang spirit, yin soul, memories, etc. If the main body died, they could immediately return and rebuild the main body. But if the main body died for a long time and was annihilated in the world, no matter how long they could last, they would eventually be annihilated and could not be reborn. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and time intertwined. The clone of the heavenly race expert was shocked, thinking that Han Fei was going to use the great Tao of time to directly send the dead body to another time. Once Han Fei succeeded, it was equivalent to him really dying. It was not easy for him to reach the late stage of the star transformation realm. How could he be willing? At that time, his identity dissipated and he tried to return to his main body. He was thinking that Han Fei would not kill him. Han Fei had captured so many heavenly talents, but he didn't kill them. He just used them to exchange for resources. Why would he kill him? But he didn't know that Han Fei was waiting for this moment. When his clone dissipated and was about to return, Han Fei thought of something. Steel power, steel vitality, steel consciousness. Han Fei directly reduced the heavenly race expert's combat power to the lowest level. He activated the great Tao crazily, and a large area of his body exploded, blood flowing. But at this moment, Han Fei faced the strongest combat power in history. He put his hands together again. The power of the Yang spirit attacked with all his strength. "Stop! How dare you! Han Fei, you're courting death." Rumble at that moment, a blood-colored crack spanned millions of miles and a blood-colored rain curtain fell between heaven and earth. This was the first time that Han Fei had really killed a heavenly race expert in the late stage of the star transformation realm. At the late stage of the star transformation realm, it was too difficult to kill. If Han Fei hadn't destroyed the heavenly race expert's body first, he would have been unable to kill a heavenly race expert in the late stage of the star transformation realm. At this moment, Feng Xingliu flew over. The girl appeared again, and so did Shuaisha. The opponent's clones quickly merged into the main body. All of a sudden, the situation became 5-4, and the heavenly race seemed to have no chance. Feng Xingliu said in shock, "Did you really kill him?" The girl glanced at Han Fei, her eyes full of astonishment, and then she said, "You're hurt quite badly." The sword cultivator of the Eastern Sword Pavilion also understood. The sword in front of him kept humming, thinking this person is so strong.